Two. Hello, testing microphone. 1 2 1 2.
Testing microphone 1 2. Sound check 2 3 6 8 9 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the arrival of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Would also rise very quickly and remain standing. I'd also like to ask that all movement ceases at this point as we prepare to take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria indeed. You may please be comfortably seated. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'd like to ask everyone to please get comfortably seated very quickly as we are ready to commence day one of the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025. Very quickly, everyone, please be comfortably seated. We have just 20 seconds. Would also like to inform all pressmen to please not obstruct all our dignitaries who are sat on the front row here. Would like to ask everyone to please be comfortably seated, and pressmen, please do not obstruct our dignitaries here. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, very distinguished personalities that have joined us this morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025. My name is Mojibade Shosoya. I'm a professional compere, a television presenter, and of all the things that I am, I'm a very proud Nigerian. Thank you. Thank you. Nigeria is not short on talent. As a matter of fact, we pride ourselves in the knowledge and joy that our people are our greatest resource. Nigeria is also not short on ideas. What we have in abundance is potential. But as John C. Maxwell reminds us, potential is not an achievement, it's a promise, and promises demand fulfillment. Potential on its own can build nothing. It does not power factories, it does not design machines, and it does not transform industries. Productivity does. And productivity demands skill, the kind of skill that meets global standards, answers global demand, and drives local transformation. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, he said, and I quote, "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." That is what NIMS 2025 is about. Sharpening the axe of Nigeria's workforce so that when the time comes to build, We build not anyhow, but with precision, with power, and with purpose. That is exactly why we are here. The National Industrial Manpower Summit is more than just a gathering. It is for us a commitment to close the skill gaps, to align our workforce with the demands of modern industry, to transform the raw energy of our people into the engine of Nigeria's industrial greatness, such that indeed Nigeria can truly be the giant of Africa that we are. The future depends on what we do today, and today indeed we choose to bridge the gap between potential and productivity. Again, on that note, it is my absolute delight to welcome you all on behalf of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. We're delighted to have you all join us on this very crucial discourse for the future of our dear nation, Nigeria. As we officially commence and to set the tone for NIMS 2025, it is my honor to welcome on stage a man whose career has been defined by service, strategic leadership, and a deep commitment to Nigeria's industrial and economic advancement. Please let's make welcome the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Abba Rimi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. If you can please sustain the applause till he gets here, that would be great. Thank you.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, distinguished Senator John Owen Eno, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. Let me start by appreciating the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCON, and His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, for supporting the convening of this summit in the Presidential Villa. This is a testament to the present administration's commitment to stimulate sustainable economic growth and development by accelerating diversification through industrialization, digitization, creative economy, and ensuring that the manufacturing sector contributes meaningfully to Nigeria's transformation. Mr. President, sir, it is important to state that industrialization cannot take place without a pool of workforce with the requisite skills. Although Nigeria has abundance of human resources, identified as one of nation's strengths in the Industrial Revolution Plan, NIRP, foreign investors are drawn to destinations with skilled manpower. Gracefully, the aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. This has the potential to direct the nation's education curriculum to make our educational institution to begin to produce graduates that are armed with necessary skills, not just to be employable, but innovative and skillful enough to be self-employed. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem. Mr. President, sir, my ministry, through the Office of the Honorable Minister of State of Industry, recently launched the Industrial Revolution Work Group, IRWG, with mandate to come up with actionable and pragmatic solutions to the challenges facing the industrial sector. The review of the industrial policy of Nigeria, IPN, that will drive the development and growth of the manufacturing landscape of Nigeria is also being finalized. Significantly also, Mr. President, ably represented by the Vice President, the recent bold and courageous declaration of Nigeria's first policy is not just a statement of intent. It is a clarion call to action by all and sundry. As well as boosting domestic industries, this policy will encourage the patronage of made-in-Nigeria products, fostering job creation, technological growth, and economic retention within the country. This, by any standard, reiterates the commitment of the present administration to the revitalization of the industrial sector and, by extension, upscaling industrial manpower in the country. As we settle down to the business of the day, I look forward to a vibrant and engaging discussion on the current manpower landscape, close collaboration to foster teamwork, close skill gaps, and promote technological innovation. Certainly, Mr. President, upscaling our abundant manpower assets is sine qua non to our industrial growth and sustainable economic development. Once more, I wish to welcome you to the first National Manpower Summit. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we one more time give a resounding applause to the Permanent Secretary, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Rimi. Thank you for setting the tone for what promises to be a truly transformative 3 days at the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025. At this point, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute delight and a special privilege to invite on stage for the keynote address this morning, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is ably represented by the Vice President, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Please sustain the applause till His Excellency gets on stage.
Kindly take your seats, please. My colleagues in the Federal Executive Council, the Ministers of Labor and Productivity, the Minister of Investment, and the Minister of State for Investment, the Permanent Secretary, heads of government agencies and parastatals, members of the security establishment, Your Royal Highness the Alapin of Oyo, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the business community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For a nation with a median age of about 17, Nigeria is an incredibly young country. This usefulness is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. We must make our young people not just a demographic statistic, but a central component of our policy-making process. This is why we have rolled out programs to address the deficits in our human capital, knowing that the quality of our people will determine the quality of our future. This gathering, therefore, is an avenue to compare notes, interrogate ideas, and reflect on the road ahead of us. Nigeria's greatest asset is neither its mineral wealth nor its geography. Our greatest asset is our people. This reality imposes a duty on us. While we fail to invest in these prized resources, the consequences will be dire. An improvement in human capital, along with infrastructure and sound policy, is the bridge between development and setback in every nation. We cannot afford to divest from our people because the world will not pause to wait for us. This summit speaks directly to the dilemma that has held this nation to ransom for far too long. It is an opportunity to confront the difference between our economic aspirations and our current realities, and to take stock of what we have done to unplug the Nigerian youth from the despondency of the past. Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. These disruptive technologies of our time bring both opportunity and danger. The danger is to be caught unprepared by the wave of change that has already transformed the world. We live in an era that demands a constantly evolving workforce, and if we fail to act now, we risk widening the skills gap and missing out on the transformative benefits of industrialization. We cannot survive in the changing world unless we are prepared to produce sufficient skills for the jobs of the new technological order. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. Welders, machinists, technicians, software engineers, and factory operators must be seen for what they truly are, builders of our economy. They must be treated with the dignity, respect, and opportunity they deserve. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that would form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt, and implement viable proposals with urgency. Our first point of call is to ensure that the town and gown are bound by a shared vision, a reality in which knowledge serves the redemption of mankind and not empty intellectual indulgence. We must bridge the gap between training institutions and employers. Industry must help shape curricula. Graduates must emerge with both theoretical knowledge and hands-on experience. We can only guarantee this where there is reliable data. That is why we must prioritize an industrial skills database to guide our industry-led apprenticeship programs and sector-specific manpower development roadmaps. We cannot achieve this without formidable partnerships and alliances. We must count on agencies such as the Industrial Training Fund, the Nigeria Social Investment Insurance Trust Fund, the Bank of Industry, and others to align their interventions. The private sector must not only participate but take ownership of workforce development initiatives. So I call on all participants from honorable ministers to manufacturers, from academia to artisans, from governors to global partners, to see this summit not as a talk shop, but as a launch pad for decisive action. Let us commit to transforming the way we think about manpower and the future of Nigeria's industrial economy. On this note, it's my singular honor and privilege, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, to declare open the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
And I crave your indulgence, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will have to take my leave because I have another function to attend in Calabar. I crave your indulgence to kindly, Your Royal Highness.
Your Excellency, we'd like to take a group picture very quickly with all our royal fathers and distinguished guests on the front row. Yes, very quickly. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for bringing the kind words and the very reassuring words of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, for reassuring us this morning. And we're excited about the next 3 days and, of course, the results of all the conversations that we'll be having here at the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025. Press and media, once you have it, please allow the Vice President exit as he has some equally important assignments to attend to. Thank you so much. A round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as he exits this august occasion. All right, thank you so much again, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming in early. Thank you for joining this conversation on manpower development, the bridge between potential and productivity. We're getting on with the rest of the event. I mean, I think it was actually beautiful that we even had the keynote address quite early in this event. But we're moving on now, and we will take some goodwill messages. We have some goodwill messages that will be delivered by some of our very distinguished guests that are here. We will take the first from the Director General of the National Automotive Design and Development Council, Mr. Oluwawemimo Joseph Osanipi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much.
For vehicle, especially in automotive sector. The Nigeria Automotive Industry Development Plan, NAIDP, that was relaunched in 2023 as government commitment toward developing the Nigeria automotive sector, and as well develop the capacity that is needed to grow the sector. The plan was anchored on 7 pivotal pillars, in which skill acquisition and then human capital development is a major pillar there. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now, that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET. TVET is integral to the industrial development of any nation, especially a developing one like Nigeria. It is important that it's properly conceptualized, crafted, regulated, and sustained to ensure the maximum effect is felt within the economy in terms of skill level and available personnel. The approval of the National Skill Acquisition Framework, Qualifications Framework, by government in 2013 further solidified government position in industrial development. NSQF is a national validated assessment and certification process for the recognition of skill and competencies acquired on the job or from informal and formal trainings. These competencies expected in any given job are described by NOS, National Occupational Standard. The NOS gives a clear statement of what the learner must know or be able to do, whether learning took place in a classroom or on the job. The main objective of NSQF is to enhance quality, accountability, transparency, access, progression, and comparability of qualification in relation to existing and future labor markets and human capital needs. Permit me to note that the Council has been collaborating with National Board of Technical Education and other stakeholders to ensure NSQF is institutionalized in Nigerian automotive industry. In recognition of our efforts in skill development in the sector, NBTE approved Sector Skill Council that is domiciled in NADDC. Members are drawn from industry-based academia, professional body, public and private sectors, among others. And we perform a lot of roles, which include influence and training is delivered. We improve productivity, as well as increase opportunity for all individuals in the workforce. We develop skill competence standards and qualification. And recently, we developed National Occupational Standard for compressed and calibration of CNG, and also develop another National Occupational Standard for maintenance and servicing of electric vehicles. In the same vein, the Council, in its bid to ensure skill upgrade, the availability of requisite technical manpower and adherence to standards in the automotive industry, work in collaboration with relevant stakeholders like ITF, NBT, SON, and others to develop the underlisted NOS for training, assessment, and certifications. I've mentioned the two we just developed recently, but before then, we have developed automotive mechatronic NOS, which have 5 levels. We have developed automotive motorcycle, which have 3 levels, as well as agricultural technology, including tractor and heavy duties, which have 12 levels. All these levels form part of curriculum that are used for training personnel as well as technicians in automotive industry. Council developed guides for compressed natural gas retrofitting, which was launched about 3 weeks ago by our Honorable Minister of State for Industry. This document guides retrofitting centers in the safe, efficient, and compliant installation of CNG system in vehicles. You may recall that the current administration established presidential initiative on CNG in furtherance of its commitment to ease the impact of high cost of fuel, as well as take measures to provide cleaner energy. Among the objectives of this transformative initiative is promoting an innovative way of bringing the transition to CNG as an alternative energy source. NADDC, being the regulatory agency in charge of automotive industry, is playing a leading role to ensure the adoption and use of CNG as a better alternative source of energy for mobility. Therefore, it is pertinent that Nigeria embrace the CNG power vehicle, as this will reduce dependence on petrol and diesel and mitigate environmental concerns. It is also a means of diversification of the Nigeria economy. It will lead to more job opportunity, as we all know that with the conversion center being opened across the country, this has opened up the industries and it has created opportunity for us to train more technicians in conversion of either to vehicle being powered by PMS or AGO to those ones being powered by CNG. And in doing that, we have trained people in different states across the country. And in training them, we partner with other private sectors that they are so numerous, I can't mention all of them, but I will just mention a few. Maybe Larisitu, Labat, Kojo, Lady Mechanics, Simbia Group. They are partnered with us in training a lot of technicians and develop manpower across the country. Also, we have trained assessors, because in developing manpower, you train and then you have to assess those people that are training. We have trained the assessors, and currently we are training another 30 assessors. They have been on training for 3 weeks, and the training is going to take about 5 weeks. These assessors are those ones that will assess and regulate the trainers. And in doing all this also, we have gone to partner with a lot of universities to introduce them to the new technologies in automotive industry. We have the list of them. Because of time, I will not list them, I will not read them out. Council is also delivering on industrial hubs. Industrial hub is aimed also to provide the manpower needed, as well as the technology and then the equipment needed to grow the automotive industries. In doing this, we cannot do it alone. We have to partner different stakeholders. Among the stakeholders we are partnering is the Office of Senior Special Assistant to the President on Manpower and Training Development. We partner also a lot of MDAs, as I mentioned, ITF, SON, MBTE. We partner a lot of them in ensuring training. And these people form part, these stakeholders form part of Sector Scale Council, which have about 17 stakeholders. And the secretariat for the stakeholder is NADDC. Let me once again thank the honorable ministers and the SA to the President on Manpower for putting these events together. It will help us to aggregate all the points that relate to manpower, especially in automotive sector, and then be able to put them into productive use. Thank you very much. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen. Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanikmi. Thank you. Coming up next for another goodwill message is the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, Mr. Oluwaseun Faleye Mayomi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Productivity, Alhaji Mohammed Dangiadi, the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, the Honorable Minister of State for Trade and Investment, and the Permanent Secretary, please permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. It is indeed a privilege to address this gathering at the National Manpower Summit, an essential platform where our shared vision for Nigeria's labor force takes shape through policy, dialogue, and deliberate action. Today, we're here not to just talk about jobs and skills, but to look deeply into the kind of future we are bringing or building for our workforce. Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At this critical junction of our national development journey, we're blessed with youthful, energetic population, a demographic advantage that, if harnessed correctly, can accelerate our national growth. But to unlock this potential, we must have a comprehensive, forward-looking manpower framework. And that's why we support this initiative and this summit from NSITF. In our view, a well-structured framework is not just a bureaucratic document. It is a roadmap for our education institutions, our training centers, our employers, and our workforce. It should align skills with market demand. It should anticipate future trends in automation, in digitalization, and indeed green jobs. It should further ensure that no Nigerian is left behind, whether in urban centers or in our rural communities. Beyond training and development, such a policy must also ensure protection. And this is where the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund comes in. At the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, we are committed to employee welfare through the implementation of the Employees Compensation Act 2010. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability. We provide medical care, rehabilitation, wage replacement, and support for affected families. This is not charity, it is justice. It is social protection at its most practical form. Last week, or a few weeks ago, we had the honor of providing compensation for various families that had lost loved ones in the course of employment. And in our view, that builds resilience, that builds the support infrastructure that these families need. By reducing the risk exposure of employees, we boost productivity, we boost morale, and ensure trust in the labor system by relieving employers of direct compensation burdens. We encourage formalization, compliance, and decent work practices. In essence, at NSITF, we bridge the gap between the economic activity and human dignity. As we reflect on manpower development, we must go further than just skill acquisition. We must include social protection as a central pillar of our workforce strategy. A skilled worker must also be a protected worker. And for us, when we do this, we're not just preparing people for work, we're preparing a nation for resilience. This summit is a call to envisage manpower development as a shared responsibility. Like the last speaker have said, government cannot do it alone. The private sector, and I'm glad I see a lot of private sector participants here today, the labor unions, the training institutions, and social security agencies like NSITF must work hand in hand to ensure and build the resilience that we seek in our workforce. We at NSITF are ready to play our part, not just as a compensator of last resort, but as a partner in policy, prevention, and national prosperity. Together, I believe we can build a workforce that is skilled, competitive, safe, and protected. Let us invest not only in capacity, but in compassion, not only in training, but in trust, and not only in policies, but in people. In closing, I urge every policymaker here, every employer, and all stakeholders to see workplace compensation and social insurance not as a cost, but indeed as a catalyst for growth, as a catalyst for the deep resilience that we seek in our employment ecosystem. One that enables stable, fair, and forward-looking labor markets. On behalf of Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, I reaffirm our commitment to the Nigerian worker and to the ideals of inclusive development. I thank you all, and I wish you happy deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwaseun Faleye Mayomi. Thank you for reiterating that a skilled worker must be a protected worker. Also because we pride ourselves that our people are our greatest resource. So we must therefore protect our greatest resource as a nation. I won't be working alone today. I'm truly delighted to be joined by a senior colleague, Mr. Obafemi Craig, whom you will see very shortly on stage. Our next goodwill message will be delivered by the Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Dr. Zach Adediji. A round of applause for the Executive Chairman, FIRS. Okay, if he's not here, we'll move on to the next. I'm sure we'll take his when he's here. The Chairman, House Committee on Industry, Honorable Hussaini Jallo. A round of applause for him. He's next. All right, we will take the Chairman, Senate Committee on Industry, Senator Fadron C. Anthony. We will move on to the next. We have the President, Trade Union Congress. Mr. Festus Osifo is scheduled to deliver the next address. And if he's not here, we will move on to the Managing Director, CEO of Bank of Industry, who is also yet to arrive. So we will come back to take the next set of goodwill messages, and then we would invite on stage the Director General, Industrial Training Fund, Dr. Afiz Oluwatoyin Ogun. All right, so the next goodwill message. Oh, I apologize for that. Okay, thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Afiz Oluwatoyin Ogun, Director General, Industrial Training Fund.
His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President, Alhaji Kashim Shettima. Ladies and gentlemen, my royal fathers, my ministers, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Madam Dr. Jumoke, the Minister of State for Industry, Honorable Senator John Owen, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Alhaji Abanu, ladies and gentlemen standing on existing protocols. This May edition of the National Industrial Manpower Summit, NIMS, is a dream come true.
This, I will gladly say and proudly say, is not just a Nigerian thing, it begins from ITF, and it is ITF thing. Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us. In the last few years, the need for a platform like this became more urgent. This summit offers an opportunity for policy dialogue, setting of national targets in skills development, and discussing and agreeing the framework for mobilizing national resources in a cohesive manner. Therefore, I begin this presentation by commending the President, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his foresight in appointing square pegs to fill square holes in relevant ministry, departments, and agencies. With mandates on skills as new perspective on dealing with the nation's industrial manpower problem have emerged. I also commend my boss, the Minister of State on Industry, Senator Owen Eno, for his firm grasp in these issues and for being a breath of fresh air on these complex and technical matters. Finally, I commend and applaud the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, Honorable Adamson, for putting this together in the most professional way possible. We will continue to support this initiative because this is the beginning and it's a crucial one for what we all do. Ladies and gentlemen, industrial manpower refers to the sum aggregate of all kinds of skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled persons working in factories, manufacturing hubs, construction sites, refinery, such other endeavors within the industrial space. In 2022, a report authored by the International Labour Organization, ILO, indicated that a meager 14.56% of the nation's workforce worked in the industrial sector. 47.5% work in services sector, while 37.99% work in the agri sector. This data looks problematic, particularly because Nigeria boasts of a population of 151 million people below the age of 30 years. However, we are comforted by the fact that the average age of the Nigerian population is 18.1 years. And this is an immense asset if properly harnessed. The average age in England and Wales during the height of the Industrial Revolution was 25.3 years. The golden age of American industrialization, the transformation of China, Singapore, Japan, Korea, and many other developed nations today were built on the back of young, youthful population. So we are very lucky in Nigeria. At ITF, we have led the way. This is in recognition of the topical role we were created to play in the development of the industrial manpower of Nigeria. ITF arose out of the ashes of the bitter civil war between 1967 and 1970, which led to a wide-scale destruction of public infrastructure. The need to quickly produce ready-to-go manpower through modular trainings led this country to enact the ITF Act of 1971, with a clear mandate to address the country's industrial manpower need through modular trainings, we led this country in 1971 with a clear mandate to address the country manpower, and that we are still doing till today. Ladies and gentlemen, since the advent of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, it directed us to operationalize every aspect of ITF mandate, and we have responded by pursuing 5 cardinal programs, which are industrial performance improvement and productivity program. It will interest you to know, for those who do not know, but I'm sure most of our contributing employers understand and they know this, that when you have a sick industry, a collapsing company, hailing factories, ITF is your doctor. Come to us in ITF. We diagnose. We will stay with you. We will research. We train your workers, and we diagnose the problem within weeks. This is what we call performance and productivity improvement training. We tell you where to go and how to move, and your company or your industry will bounce back. I enjoin all the industrialists in Nigeria, all the factory owners in Nigeria, to come to ITF when they have such problem. It is an opportunity for you to enjoy the contributions you have been making to ITF. Skilling and upskilling Nigerian workforce. In ITF, when I came on board in October 2023, the President directed the skilling up of Nigeria artisans to international standard. From its words, he said Nigerian artisans are below international standard, and it is now embarrassing to see artisans coming from neighboring countries for a simple task as styling and POP, to mention just a few. In ITF, we took the bulls by the horns, we started, prepared the framework, and today we have divided this upskilling into 2. Upskilling domestic artisans and upskilling industrial artisans, although the industrial artisans do not like to be called artisans. That is a misnomer, because artisans are very rich in other countries, and that is what we want for Nigerian artisans. We open a portal, register millions of artisans and intending artisans. And to summarize, last year we started with foundation, the intending artisans. We trained 29,000 of them, and they now are our foundation of our skill up this year. This year we have gathered 100,000, the 29,000 plus 71,000 artisans on the streets of Nigeria, doing their work in an informal setting. We are trying to put them together, aggregate them, we're training them up to international standard, giving them international certification, although not forgetting our Nigeria certification, we are working on that too. When we give them international certification, we then license them with cooperation with other relevant agencies. After that, we do not just train. We train in our mother tongue. We train in Pidgin, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and all other languages depending on the language of the trainee on board. We have divided our training into two: soft training, and then we have technical training. Our soft training started with about 40,000 artisans last Monday. We were set to train 100,000 of them, but unfortunately, we do not have in the country today enough training centers privately owned up to international standard. So we could, during the foundation program, we trained them with all the available training centers, but today we do not have enough. We enjoy Nigeria in the private sector, businessmen establish training centers just the way you have established private schools. You will enjoy it, you will gain from it. We pay the trainers and we pay the trainees. Government is ready to pay both the trainers and the trainees. Ladies and gentlemen, after this training, what have we seen in the past? After training, everybody goes back. Next time when government calls for training, the same set of people come because they want to collect the stipends and the startup pack. Today, the president says no to this. The era of collecting startup packs and selling it at the gate of the graduating event is over. Today, our artisans, we have 3 pathways for them. After their training and their licensing, we have one. We have collaborated with Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, Nigeria Employer Consultative Association, NECA. They are in the process of gathering the existing vacancies in our companies and industries. You cannot see an artisan trained to international standard, certified by international awarding body, licensed, and go for just anybody from our neighboring country. Of course, now that your own is now at par with international standard, you will want to go for your own. These organizations are very happy with ITF and they are collaborating well with us. Thank you, man. Thank you, NECA. So they will absorb our qualified and licensed artisans into their hubs, into their factories, into their companies. Then we have talent export program. We have NATEP, National Talent Export Program, in the same Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. We also collaborate with NACIMA. NACIMA goes out there, look for the talks to the chambers of commerce of various countries, collect the data they need. What do you need? Which artisans are you having artisanal area are you having problems with? NACIMA passes this on to ITF. We prepare our people from our hub. We call it Super Drum. So in our Super Drum, we prepare them, pass them to NATEP, and onward abroad. We take, although some people do not actually believe that we should take our workers abroad. But when we look at China, we look at Korea, we look at India, most of them got their technology from the West. And this is industrial revolution. In Nigeria, we are doing everything humanly possible in this our industrial revolution, and so help us God. Apart from the fact that these exported artisans will help in industrializing Nigeria, because they will surely come back home. That we know about artisans. You and I, white-collar jobbers, we may want to remain there to become part of the countries, but from what we have seen from study, artisans will always come back. If they make $80, $100, they will send 80 home and manage with 20 abroad. So what does that tell us? That is also improving our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, and the last one, the last exit is the business incubation. We incubate businesses for our successful artisans that are ready. The talent export is restricted to up to the age of 35. So our ready artisans that are business ready, because we have trained them in entrepreneurship too in the super drum. I'm just summarizing. What happens? We incubate businesses for them without hurting the pockets of the artisans, without hurting the pocket of the federal government, without hurting the pocket of ITF. A lot of people ask us, how do you intend to do that? We said, that is the magic wand of ITF, and so help us God. Then come to industrial, that is the domestic. The industrial manpower, how do we hope to scale them up? Today, the workers working in our industry do not know their levels. Sitting in our midst here are some of our partners, the international awarding organizations. We brought them here, we invited them for this program. Some of them are sitting here. They will come into Nigeria and go into our industries. We are collaborating with MAN and NECA again, going into our industries on the job assessment. Where are we? Where are these artisans in our industry? What they are doing now, at what level do we have them internationally? And they will assess them and award them international certificates. That they are here for. And we now know our baseline, the baseline, international baseline of each of our workers in Nigeria, industries and factories. From there, we now plan to scale them higher and higher. It interests you to know that a welder can be a professor of welder out there. Why can't we have that in Nigeria? There we are going. And so God help us to reach there. One other activity of ITF is CWIS, the student industrial work. We used to call it in those days attachment. We used to call it technical attachment, something like that. But now, today, CWIS students have been complaining before this government came in that the stipends are not paid, they don't have where to work. We are digitalizing CWIS such that we are everything you will do, from your professors, from your supervisors in the factory, and where you will work. Your supervisors, where you are going to do your attachment, everybody will be on the digital platform and everybody can see what is happening. That we are doing. We set up a committee, and in this committee we have invited our students to join because we want them to take their destinies in their own hands. In this committee we have National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, we have National Association of Polytechnic Students, and we have National Association of College of Education Students, all represented in the committee driving the new CWIS. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these modest achievements, there is still so much ground to cover. Hence, the need for progressive collaborations between relevant agencies. Furthermore, skills development is an extremely expensive business, and most nations allocate huge resources to it. At ITF, we are self-funding, and all of our offerings to Nigeria on skill development are totally free, but come at great cost to us. So we enjoy the contributors to please pay your contributions on time. And you also remember, we will reimburse you up to 50% of what you have contributed if you participate, you cooperate, you collaborate with us and the relevant agencies in training Nigerians. We thank the President for this steadfast support and hope for more as we lead the way in driving its agenda on industrial manpower development. Whilst we promise Nigerians that we will continue to deliver values for them, we congratulate the President, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Minister of State for Industry, and above all, the SSA, to the President on industrial training and development for this successful event. We have started well. Now it behoves on us to sustain it over the coming years. It's going to be an annual event, and ITF is strongly supporting this. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, distinguished eminent guest, with all courtesies duly extended, you can feel his concern, and of course his passion on the subject matter of discourse. And that is expected because he's one of the key players, key stakeholders in this sector of what we are talking about today. Please, one more time, if you're not too busy, can we please give him yet another resounding applause? Dr. Afis Oluwatoyin Ogun, Director General, Industrial Training Fund, ITF. We thank you so very much, sir, for that very passionate expression and concern of yours in this regard. Well, with all courtesies duly extended, and of course, for me now to very respectfully, having noted that all protocols have been duly established, I am to welcome very graciously, as a Yoruba boy, Ikuba Bayehi, His Royal Imperial Majesty, Oba Engineer Abimbola Akim Owade the First, the Alaafin of Oyo, to so speak. Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi is accompanied here today by the Olu of Ilaro, the Olooro of Oro, Olooro of Oro Kingdom, Ataoja of Oshogbo, and Olusin of Ijaraisi. Our real fathers, you are all duly recognized. Kabiyesi.
Hi, good morning, everyone here. Your Excellencies, the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, and the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I know he wasn't here this morning. He was being represented by the Vice President, Honorable Shetima. Honorable Ministers, distinguished Captain of Industries, respected traditional rulers, esteemed delegates, ladies
and gentlemen. I have to tell you that it gives me a great pleasure to be here this morning. When I first received the invitation, I felt that this is one of the ways to showcase the experience I've gathered over the years abroad, and I'm happy to be back home to share with you little about my experience before I make my presentation. I completed my higher national diploma in mechanical engineering before proceeding to doing my first degree and master's in mechanical engineering in England. And there I worked as a planning engineer in an oil and gas company and power sector there in Canada. So I'm happy to be back home. I always believe that it's a big transition for me to go from a professional role to a monarchy life, so which I just started about 5 months ago. So it's a big thank you. It is with deep honor and gratitude that I stand before you at this distinguished gathering, the National Industrial Manpower Summit, as a special guest and father of the day. I thank the Presidency and Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on industrial training and development of the gracious invitations, and for recognition the value of tradition, the history, and the lived experience in shaping Nigeria industrial future. The summit is about more than policies and programs. It is about the people. It is about equipping our men and women with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities to transform our nation's industries. For a country as richly endowed as Nigeria, our greatest resource will always be our human capital. I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. In my years working with Manitoba Hydro in Winnipeg, Canada, I witnessed firsthand how knowledge sharing, structured training, and exposure to advanced technology can transform not just an organization, but entire communities. Whether it was training engineers in project management, technicians in meter inspection, or teams in customer service excellence. I saw how skills become the true currency of progress. Capacity building is not an abstract policy term. It is the lifeblood of sustainable development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool. In Oyo, as in part of Nigeria, women have always played crucial roles in commerce, governance, and in modern industries must reflect that same imbalance and actively create opportunities for women to lead and thrive. Social security and manpower, a workforce that is secure, respected, and cared for will always be more productive, more loyal, more innovative. When people know their welfare matters, they give their best. Our history in Oyo Empire has long shown that strong systems depend on skilled people. In ancient times, military strategy, commerce, governance, and diplomacy all required structured training, discipline, and the transfer of knowledge from one generation to the next. The same principle holds the truth for modern economies. As we deliberate over the coming days, let us remember that manpower is not built in boardrooms alone. It is nurtured in classrooms, in apprenticeship, in vocational institutes, in mentorship, and in day-to-day culture of our workplaces. We must commit not only to the policies, but to partnership between government, industries, academia, traditional institutions, and communities, to ensure that skills are not just taught, but nurtured and applied. Let us envision a Nigeria where our engineers build our infrastructure, our researchers develop homegrown innovations, and our entrepreneurs export quality products proudly stamped made in Nigeria. In the word of a Yoruba proverb, there's a popular saying that Agbajowo Lafin Soya Owo kan kò gbẹ́rù dórí. This means, in English translation, that a tree does not make a forest. So I would want that we should join hands to ensure greatness, and so that we'll be able to be resilient to achieving a better environment in our industries. May the summit mark a turning point in Nigeria's industrial manpower development, and may our collective efforts today ripple into a stronger, more prosperous future for our nation. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kabiesi, Ikuba Bayeye, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Engineer Abimbola Akim Owade I, the Alaafin of Oyo. Kabiesi. Thank you so much for lending your voice to this cause, and of course, letting us know the great work that Oyo State is doing, especially as it concerns gender equality and women empowerment. As you can tell, that is something that is very close to my heart. As we move on today, our next goodwill message will be delivered by an exceptional woman who is a trailblazer. She is an avid advocate for economic reform, ease of doing business, and the empowerment of Nigeria's industries. Please let's make welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. Thank you. We can sustain the applause till she gets up stage. Thank you.
His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Owen Eno, the Alaafin of Oyo, and all our royal fathers here present today, thank you very much for coming to support us on this important topic. Honorable Ainde Adamson Oluwatosin, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, well done. The Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency, Senator Nura Abarimi, heads of agency here present. And I just saw my sister just came in from Lagos State, the Secretary to the Government, please. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes. Heads of agency, the DG of ITF, Dr. Hafiz, the DG NADDC, Mr. Joseph, organized private sector, of which I see many, many, many here before us, Mrs. Ogunlesi. I also saw academia, the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. My Vice Chancellor is here. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. In the interest of time, please allow me to rest on the very well adumbrated protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly in the private sector, I know labor is here as well. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm especially pleased to be here today among partners who have had the privilege of working and engaging over the years with to build the momentum of last month's Domestic Investment Summit, hosted by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, with a focus on the Nigeria First agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I would especially like to commend the conveners of this summit, the Presidency, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Let me especially commend Senator John Owen Eno, a man on a mission, traversing the length and breadth of the country, pushing the industrialization mandate of the Renewed Hope Agenda. I also want to commend Honorable Adamson Oluwatosin Ainde, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, a man who has been quietly focused on his assignment with uncommon energy and collaborative spirit for prioritizing the development of our industrial manpower. National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. Nigeria's path to accelerating industrialization, economic diversification, and export-led growth is clear as a mandate of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, firmly anchored in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 8-point Renewed Hope Agenda. It's actually item number 7, you can check it, which lays out our blueprint for building a stronger, more productive, competitive, and inclusive economy. To achieve this ambition, we are building a firm foundation of domestic support, benefication of our local raw materials, developing the skills, talent, and innovation ecosystem that will power our transformation to our $1 trillion economy. In the spirit of the Nigeria First policy, we are on a deliberate push towards economic sovereignty, local value creation, and national prosperity. This means prioritizing domestic production, reducing import dependency, deepening value chains, equipping our youth for global competitiveness, and building resilience from within. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors, including health, education, water sanitation, and human capital development. To achieve this, we require at least $1.3 trillion annually in financing, mobilized from domestic resources, capital markets, private investment, concessional finance, and foreign direct investment. The urgency is clear. Africa and Nigeria must attract capital at scale. With traditional aid flows declining and concessional financing tightening, Nigeria, with its size, resources, and entrepreneurial energy, is uniquely positioned to lead Africa's transformation. Our path to industrial transformation rests on 6 pillars: a large and dynamic consumer market, over 220 million people, the largest youth population in Africa, and by 2030, a significant share of Africa's $2.5 trillion consumer market. Producing more of what we consume will save foreign exchange, create jobs, and strengthen the Naira. Agricultural sovereignty and leadership, fertile land and vast potential for agro-industrialization. The agro-allied industry already contributes 25% to GDP and employs 1/3 of our workforce. With Africa's food and agriculture markets projected at $1 trillion by 2030, Nigeria can lead in agro-processing, agri-tech, innovation, and value-added exports under the AfCFTA. Critical minerals for the future. From limestone and bitumen to gold, lithium, and rare earth elements, Nigeria holds resources vital for the global energy transition. Local refining, smelting, and manufacturing will enable us to export finished components for electric vehicles, batteries, and high-tech manufacturing. Urbanization as an economic driver. Lagos is set to become Africa's largest city by 2030. Urban growth will drive demand for housing, infrastructure, and industrial goods, creating opportunities in construction, building materials, and technology-enabled housing solutions. Regional market integration. With Nigeria at the spare point of AfCFTA's implementation, Africa's $3.4 trillion market offers Nigeria an unprecedented opportunity to expand its manufacturing base. By creating a single liberalized market, the AfCFTA allows Nigerian industries to access a huge market, 1.4 billion people, fostering economies of scale. It also helps the prioritizing industrial clusters, export processing zones, and value chain integration. We can position ourselves as the preferred production destination for West Africa and beyond. Finally, the manufacturing industry already contributes 9.6% to Nigeria's GDP and employs over 13 million Nigerians in sectors such as food processing, cement production, textiles, pharmaceuticals, and automotives. This sector has the capacity to absorb Nigeria's large youthful workforce. To cut the over $10 billion annual import bill on manufactured goods, and significantly raise the share of non-oil exports, an opportunity that we must seize as we drive sustainable growth. Just yesterday, I toured the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI campus, and saw an integrated model for innovation, manufacturing, and skills development, producing solar panels, assembling electric vehicles, building agricultural mechanization tools, and training engineers in cutting-edge technologies. Many leading stakeholders from the manufacturing sector are present in the audience today. I thank you for your years of hard work and your years of investing and reinvesting in your factory workers. Please continue to do more. Let us act collectively. Let us invest boldly. Let us build our skilled manpower creatively. The time for Nigeria's industrial transformation is now. Thank you for your attention. Good morning.
Well, for the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, that applause is not good enough. Let's please give her the best of what it's deserving of our honor. Dr. Jumoke Oduole, we thank you so very much for that honor of your remarks. And so we will take in yet another goodwill message, understanding the narrative of why today's auspicious occasion remains what it should be. In the words of a school of thought, someone said, the convergence of today's summit convergence couldn't have come at a better time like this. And knowing that when we talk about the renewed hope initiative of Mr. President, then there is a need for all key stakeholders to key into the vision and the mission to bridge the gap between potential and productivity by reshaping how Nigerians develop, support, and sustain its industrial manpower. In this concern, may I one more time request to come to the microphone Honorable Muhammadu Maigari Dingyadi, Minister of Labor and Employment, if you're in the house, sir, with all due respect to you. Honorable Minister, I know you can make it better in 2 minutes, but I'm not saying I'm tagging you with 2 minutes. But your wealth of experience is what we cannot take for granted. We thank you so very much, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduole, I know I was very far away from you. You couldn't recognize me, but I respectfully want to recognize you, and I welcome you all. Honorable Minister of State for Industries, my brother, Senator John Oweno, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Abbarimi, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, Honorable Adamson Watosun Ayende, Your Royal Highnesses, Chief Executives of parastatals here present, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and deep sense of responsibility that I deliver these remarks at this National Industrial Manpower Summit, a platform designed not just for dialogue, but to forge a unified direction on skills development, certification, and industrial manpower planning, an intervention our dear country is in urgent need of. As the world evolves at an unprecedented speed, from white-collar jobs to blue-collar jobs, there is a global heavy reliance on skills development, a driving force that requires manpower to strive. Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, with a view to tackling unemployment nationwide. Distinguished participants from ministries, departments, and agencies, state governments, and the private sector, as well as all these agencies engaged in parallel skills development space, we should all note that whereas each player's effort is commendable, overlaps in mandates and uncoordinated interventions sometimes dilute impact, giving rise to duplicated programs which create critical skills gaps that remain unaddressed. It is in this regard that today's conversation is so timely and important. The theme, one mandate, many players, addressing overlaps and urgent need for institutional synergy in skills development is apt and will address the reality on the ground. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate where every player knows his role, collaborates effectively, and works towards one shared mandate. That is to say, preparing a skilled Nigerian workforce that attracts investment, drives industrial growth and development, and compete globally. The Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, in our efforts to achieve one of our core mandates, which is skills development, apprenticeship training, regulation, control and enforcement of standard certification, is poised to align with policies of National Skills Council, headed by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, which at the moment is the highest body for all skills development initiatives in Nigeria. The ministry is also working to develop and implement a national skills database to identify skill gaps, avoid duplication of efforts, and to guide policy decisions. Furthermore, while working to encourage public-private partnerships that link skills training directly with industry needs, ensuring that skills acquired are matched with available jobs, the ministry is committed to aligning skills development strategy with the Need Hope agenda and the National Development Plan, as well as Sustainable Development Goals. The ministry's 30 fully equipped skills training centers nationwide is instilling skills and certifying young Nigerians to not only serve the motherland, but to export such skills outside the shores of this country. Distinguished participants, skills development should not be the responsibility of a government alone. It should be a shared national project where the project where the private sector must be on board to continually articulate the skills require skills desired in their sectors. Educational and skill training institutions must respond with curricula that those needs to roll out skilled manpower to match and meet demands. Development partners must align their interventions and the funding with national priorities, while state governments should tailor skills training programs to the local economic realities. We encourage all stakeholders to desist from working in silos, but synergize with the relevant bodies to foster partnership aimed at creating impact for our shared responsibilities. Finally, as we deliberate in this summit, I urge you to keep our eyes on the bigger picture. Let us agree on clear roles, share targets, and mechanisms for success. Let us develop a unified and inclusive framework for skills development that is responsive to both our urgent needs and long-term vision. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, I reaffirm our commitment to providing the leadership, coordination, and policy support required to make this vision a reality. I thank all of you for your kind attention and look forward to fruitful deliberations at this summit. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Vice President of this country. I thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Muhammadu Maigari Dingyadi. Thank you for your goodwill message today and, of course, your thought-provoking presentation. If there is anything that has been consistent from all of our speakers today, it is that government cannot do it alone. We do need collaboration. So I'm excited to see that we have the private sector also represented here as we walk towards Nigeria's industrialization. Now we'll take remarks from our conveners, and we will start by inviting on stage the Honorable Minister of State for Industry from the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Please give a resounding applause for distinguished Senator John Owen Eno. Thank you very much. Looking very Nigerian in his white and green.
Thank you, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, ably represented by Mr. Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima GCON, the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, in charge of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduole, the Honorable Minister of Labor and Productivity, Mohammed Dingyadi, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Barimi, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, the Honorable Ayinde Damson Oluwatosin, the Secretary to the State Government of Lagos, Barrister Mrs. Bimbo, Service Chiefs, Heads of Agencies, Joseph NADDC, Hafiz ITF, Femi Nebza, Sheun NSITF, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Captains of Industry. I recognize the President of MAN, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Royal Highnesses, the Adlafin of Oyo, speakers, panelists, esteemed participants, press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You know, earlier on, when we stepped out to follow the Vice President on his way to Calabar, the President of MAN remarked about the significance of this event. And he appreciated how very remarkable it was. And I think for me, it's a testament to the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for always touching the right spots. It was very intentional of him to appoint for the first time an SSA in charge of industrial training and development. You know, so at this gathering, I believe what we're doing is a celebration of that fact. What we're doing is a realization of what the president's imagination was. I mean, there are moments in a nation's journey when history itself seems to lean forward. When history does so, what history does is to watch and see whether we'll be able to take advantage of the opportunities before us. So for me, today in this hall, we stand at such a moment. The National Industrial Manpower Summit, for me, is not just a ceremony. It's not just another line in the calendar of events. For me, and I think for all of us, it is a crossroads where Nigeria elects whether to remain as a nation of vast potentials, often admired but underrealized, or whether our country is ready to step forward as a nation whose productivity matches its promise. The theme between potential and productivity is not just poetic. What it is that this theme challenges our generation. Potential by itself is like an untapped reservoir. It glitters in reports and in speeches, but it doesn't put food at the table. Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. So to bridge the gap between these two, potential and productivity, is people. Not just people in terms of number, but people in terms of skill, in terms of discipline, in terms of adaptability, and in terms of innovation. Every industrial policy, such as the one that the ministry is at the moment finalizing, every investment incentive, such as the one that was heralded by a few weeks ago, the domestic summit that was called by the minister, every special economic zone, all of these ultimately depend on the caliber of human beings who will design, who will operate, who will maintain and improve the systems that drive our industries. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is why we have come here together. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry, that training anticipates the needs of the future, and that our workforce is equipped enough not just to participate in the global economy, but to shape that global economy. And we must be candid. The skills gap in our country are not just a crack in the wall. There is a structural fault line. Too many of our young people leave school without the practical competencies to thrive in modern industry. Too many of our industries operate far below capacity because they cannot find or retain the right technical talent. And too often, we have treated manpower development as a side note rather than as a strategic priority that it is. But today, in the presence of our president, we declare that this will change. We will, one, redesign our vocational and technical education systems to meet industry standards. We will integrate advanced technologies into learning so our workforce is digitally fluent and innovation ready. We will strengthen partnerships between government and industry and training institutions to create direct pathways from learning to earning. We will establish the metrics so we can track in real time whether our manpower programs are producing measurable improvements in productivity. The summit must produce more than fine recommendations. It must produce a national skills development framework that is actionable, that is fundable, and that is continuously updated. It must spark immediate pilot programs that demonstrate proof of concept. And it must commit every sector represented here to shared accountability for results. I must commend the Honorable Oluwatosin Adams Nainde, the SSA to the President on Industrial Training and Development, for his vision and for his tenacity in pushing this through and in getting us here. And I think this is the very essence of our team, turning potential into productivity. Nigeria has the numbers, at least 200 million people, the largest youth population in Africa. But numbers are not destiny, skills are. Execution is, as well as discipline. If we can build a bridge between potential and productivity, then we will see our industries operating at world-class standards, our exports commanding global respect, our young people no longer looking outward for opportunity, but building their futures here at home. Finally, let this summit be a summit where rhetoric would give way to resolve, where resolve will become our roadmap, and where the roadmap would lead to results. Let us live here not as participants in an event, but as builders of that bridge, and more importantly, as those who will cross it together. The world will not wait for our country to catch up, and history will not remember those who hesitated. Let it be said that in August 2025, in this hall, Nigeria chose to unleash the full productive power of its people. That's where our power is. That's where our power will always be. And I thank everyone for coming. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what else to say in really appreciating the personality of Senator John Owa Eno, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. He kept reiterating with emphasis, we will, and he kept saying we will. And that connects with the thinking of the visionary and convener of this summit, that this summit is a call to action to change our mindset from consumption to production and from dependence to self-reliant. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give Senator John Owen Eno another resounding applause. Before I invite the convener and visionary of this summit, I am to please request the honor, if for any reason, because we are aware, consciously too, that the Executive Governor of Imo State, His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, is not here. But if perchance we have his representative, who please will want to meet with you or ask you to please meet with the media team at the media stand. And we also know that the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, is not physically present as we speak. But for any reason, like we should believe, any representative should please see us at the media stand. And we have someone to please receive you there. And for Ogun State representative from National Assembly, precisely Clerk of Committee on Industry, please, we know that they are not here. If we also have their representative, please, we'll please like you to meet with the media team. And we also know that Professor Idris Muhammad Bugaji, the ES-MBTE, is also not with us, but maybe the representative is here. Please, we crave your indulgence, with all due respect to you, gentlemen of honor, to please meet with the media team at the media stand. They are there to receive you so that we can connect to know how the panel session will drive. Well, I'm honored to be the one to invite the visionary and convener of this summit to speak. He's so passionate. He's deeply concerned. He's worried about the trend, and he's making this clearing call for all stakeholders in this engagement to please see the need to think alongside this narrative in changing the game. I wouldn't want to quote him because he may be referencing some of the quotes in his speech, but he did say that the program is a concern about a deep sense of national responsibility and unwavering commitments to Nigeria's industrial advancement. And of course, that is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the visionary, the convener, Honorable Ayinde Adamson Oluwatosin, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, to so speak. Sir, with all due respect to you, let's please give it to him. It is creative thinking that was conceived for the collective good of our collective dream. We thank you so very much, SSA, sir, for this honor. We thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, ably represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by Barrister Mrs. Bimbo Odeni, the SSG of Lagos State, Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Oaneno, Honorable Minister of Labor, Alhaji Muhammad Megari, Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry and Investments, Honorable Mrs. Bimbo Your Excellency, His Royal Majesty, the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Kábíyèsí o. The representative of the Chief of Staff, Chief of Air Staff, the representative of the Chief of Air Staff, the representative of the South Korea Embassy, representative of the Emir of Lapai, representative of the Emir of Zauzau, His Royal Highness Eze Cletus, all other protocols duly observed. It is with profound honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit, NIMS 2025. I want to first of all say a very big thank you to my father, my leader, my mentor, His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for giving me this opportunity to serve as the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development. Thank you, sir. This gathering is not just another conference on our national calendar. It is a turning point in our collective quest to shape the future of Nigerian workforce. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and in alignment with the Renewed Hope agenda, we are here to lay foundation for an industrial manpower framework that will power our economic empowerment and secure our nation's future. Why this summit matters. The Renewed Hope agenda is about transforming possibilities into realities and aspiration into tangible achievement. It calls for bold reforms, strategic investment, and the empowerment of Nigerians to take their rightful place in the global economy. Manpower development is the bridge between our abundant potential and productivity we seek. We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Our shared challenges. We cannot ignore the gaps, institutional overlaps that fragment our efforts, skills mismatch that leaves our graduates unprepared for industry, outdated training system that lag behind technological change, our reliance over foreign expertise, where Nigerians can and should excel. These are urgent issues that requires a coordinated national response, and that is why we are here. What we aim to achieve at NIMS 2025. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical skills gap, strengthen industrial academia government partnership for manpower planning and training, produce actionable policies, recommendation for presidential consideration, commit to a unified manpower development framework for Nigeria. This summit will not end with speeches. It will end with a roadmap for action, a plan that will transform Nigeria workforce into a symbolic and symbol of quality, innovation, and global competitiveness. We look ahead. Our goal is to make made in Nigeria, like what Innocent Motto is doing, Chief Innocent, Chief Mrs. Ogunlesi, and other, Chief Mrs. Okoli, the EMSO. We want to appreciate you all and other people, BUA, and other stakeholders that are operating in Nigeria. We want to thank you and say, please keep it up. Thank you all. This is not just about creating jobs. It is about restoring dignity, ensuring inclusion, and building industries that will outlast generations. It is about giving every Nigerian opportunity to be part of our growth story. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. President for his unwavering support and leadership, to the honorable ministers present, to partner in the public and private sectors, and to every stakeholder who has made this gathering possible. To all participants, this is your summit. Let us work together, think boldly, decide wisely, and act swiftly. The future of Nigeria industrial workforce is in our hands, and the time to build it is now. I welcome once again everyone to NIMS 2025, where potential meets productivity and renewed hope agenda find its strongest expression in the power of our people. Thank you all. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, Honorable Aide Adamson Oluwatosin. Thank you for convening this powerful and soon-to-be transformative summit. And thank you also for reiterating that this summit is not just going to be a talk shop, and it will not end with just speeches. It will end with a clear roadmap to industrialize Nigeria, which is exactly why we all have gathered here today. Thank you so much, Honorable Adamson Oluwatosin. Another round of applause for the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on Industrial Training and Development. Thank you. As we move on this afternoon, we will show you something that we have specially curated for your attention. They say that a picture says 1,000 words, but we have a video to show you that will say much more than 1,000 words. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly focus your attention to the multimedia screen as we show you a documentary on bridging potential and productivity. Thank you.
I love Nigeria. I'm proudly Nigerian. So wherever it is we're going together. And I know that there's light at the end of this tunnel. And I know that even though abroad looks so much better, there was a group of people that sat down and made the sacrifice to build it to what it is. So rather than complain, why don't you join the people who will build here?
If you're looking for a people bustling with ideas, with energy, with passion, with faith, with goodwill, people looking to change the world, this is the country.
I love Nigeria so much. Nigeria is the best country in the world for me. You can go on holiday and come back, but home is home.
Nigeria is our country, and I believe that anything I will do in my life, I'll first do it to Nigeria. From Nigeria, I can go anywhere, but starting will be Nigeria. I started this plant to serve Nigeria. From Nigeria, I can make export anywhere in the world, but Nigeria first.
The idea is that you bring, the academia and industry will no longer be living in isolation, but that they're going to be working together to see what needs to be done. Is it about the curriculum? Is it about what? Let industry be the drivers of the kind of training programs that we have obtainable in academic institutions.
For too long, we have worked above industrialization without paying attention to the engine that drives it, our workforce.
I am ready to build my country. I want to build my country. I don't want to go abroad and wish Nigeria was like that, because I know the people sacrifice to build their own country. Now, let us build our own country. And if I have a president that wants to build my country, build Nigeria, I'm ready.
I hug Dodo, banana, yo-yo. I was West trained there, West trained. In Abumalu there, Kaolin, Oshodi area. We are popularly known. We have the guru, we have this guru in Abu. It's very popular there, and the next is my father who is selling bottles this and that. So I was with him in the shop, working from day to night. So I saved 6 pence, 1 shilling, 10 shillings. So that's how I managed to save almost 5 or 6 pounds. So that is where I make deposit for my first order. And from there I shoot up.
I made pajamas for my children. And my neighbor said she was doing Mrs. Bemisha Shore said she was doing a teddy bear festival. She needs somebody to make children's clothing. I said, I'm already making pajamas, so I will make the children's clothes. We will take them to this bazaar and we'll showcase them with all our children wearing them. And that was the birth of Rough and Tumble.
Okay, we have an Emzo chemist, 1977. Babangida announced, our president, that people should come and take license to start manufacturing. So I got, the license, and the first product that was manufactured is Emzo paracetamol.
I started by trading. I focused on trading and make the trading very perfect before I enter manufacturing. Today I've entered manufacturing, I focus my attention there. I develop manufacturing the best in Nigeria.
In my factory, you cannot get good tool maker. No tool maker. If your car breaks down, you hardly get good mechanic. And these are the areas that hold the economy.
So the current Nigerian education system is designed for you to pass exams. The system is not designed for you to create wealth. What for me first is missing in our education system is teaching people how to collaborate, because no single individual can build anything of significance alone.
we've actually created a curriculum for this industry. We've created the curriculum for garment manufacturing, for mass market garment manufacturing. What we want is to skill people in all the different sectors within this value system of garment manufacturing. There's a lot more space and a lot more room to train a lot more people.
I employ 60 expatriates from overseas, from different countries. I bring experts to train our workers. When I started the factory, they are 60 in number. I quarter them, paying them every month for them to transfer the knowledge to our staffs.
The president have drawn the lines and we said, see, it is time to engage the young people productively. And that is where we are.
The gap has existed for a very long time. And we now have to start to bridge the gap. Not individually, but as a collective. And that is very important. That is what I'm hoping that this conference will achieve. A number of people will come together. They'll put together a plan. And that plan will be hopefully be carried forward with specific actions that are designed to enable skills acquisition across the country. That is what I hope to see.
Well, it's very clear. The documentary speaks volume of what it is and what it should be and what it is expected to be. Well, my late father told me something, that attention to details is the secret to success. While we are still waiting for the car to so recognize the ambassador of South Korea in our midst, I am to request my colleague here, who will be inviting their mother, Mrs. Okoli, for a presentation to Mr. President. And this, of course, will be received on behalf of Mr. President by the Minister of Trade, by the Minister of Trade. I will get that clearly. But I think that will come up very shortly now. I will quickly consult with that and, of course, take that. But in the meantime, well, we'll be taking the panel session shortly. That will come up in a jiffy. But suffice to say that I recognize the fact that the Secretary to the State Government, Lagos State, our own very dear Barrister Bimbola Saluhundeima, with due respect to you, ma, it's good to see you in Abuja, ma. You're most welcome. So we will look at all of this narrative, but just to give me a second while my colleague will drive us through, one or two issues here, which is letting the panelists understand that we will be having them, but like we did say, if we do have a representative of the Executive Governor of Imo State, His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, here seated, we would please like to meet with you and to know if you're here. And of course, we also understand that the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Owen Eno, is already seated. And we still expect that the representative of the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, is in the house, and if not, we please will want to meet with you. The Honorable Minister of Labor, Muhammadu Maigari Dingiadi, we know is also seated. The DG ITF, Dr. Afis Oluwatoyin Ogun, is already seated. We also want to know if the Ogun State representative is here representing the clerk of Committee on Industry as it is, and Professor Idris Muhammad Bugaje, if he's also here. But we will be taking the panel session shortly after the presentation, as expected, that will come, and this will be done by the name I just mentioned. Now my colleague will come up with that for us to quickly take that. Yeah, thank you so very much. We'll be asking the honor of the founder of Emzo Paras Pharmaceutical Limited, Mrs. Okoli. Ma, with due respect to you, wherever you are seated, we will appreciate the honor to have you come make this presentation to Mr. President, so that we can quickly have this done with. And that will be so it. All right, while we will be taking the presentation later, let's quickly go into the panel session. And of course, to moderate the panel session is the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundeima. May I request your honor to please join us on stage as the moderator of this session to take a critical look and evaluation on one mandate, many players, addressing the urgent need for institutional synergy in skill development. And may I here request the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Owen Eno, as one of the panelists, to also please be seated on stage for the panel session. The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Owen Eno, sir, can you please join the SSG on stage? And the Honorable Minister of Labor, Muhammadu Maigari Dingyadi, sir, you are still in the house. We also want you to please be seated. And the DG Industrial Training Fund, Dr. Afis Oluwatoyin Ogun, sir, you're still very much with us in the house. Let's also have you join us. And you want to take this? All right, so we also request the honor of Professor Idris Bugaje, Chairman, Sub-Saharan Africa Skills and Apprenticeship Network, SASANET, to also please take his place on the roll call of honor. Professor Idris Bugaje, sir, with all due respect to you, thank you so very much. And Mr. Joseph Osanikmi, DG NADDC. Mr. Joseph Osanikmi, please. We know you are in the house. Can you also please join us? With all due respect, wherever you're seated. Thank you so very much. The Honorable Minister of Labor, I'm sure you're still very much with us, sir, with all due respect. If you're still in the house, we will have you please join this panel session for us, please. All right, my sister.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. This first panel conversation will focus on one mandate, many players, and it will be addressing the urgent need for institutional synergy in skills development. It will be a guided, robust discussion amongst heads of MDAs, policymakers, and legislators on clarifying roles and promoting coordinated national skills development. We will now hand over very quickly to our able moderator who is here and ready to steer the conversation, the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundeyin. The Honorable Minister of Labor, Muhammadu Maigari Dingyadi, is being represented today. Would like to ask for his representative to please join the panel conversation. He's here already. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to a truly robust conversation. And like we said, this is not a talk shop. We're not just going to talk the talk. We will walk the talk that we are having here. So over to you, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundeyin, the Secretary to the State Government, Lagos State Government. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests present here today. I'd like to first of all acknowledge the presence of Mr. President, who was ably represented here by the Vice President. I must say that this is, we are very proud. Maybe I should let you know why Lagos State feels very proud. The SSA to Mr. President, who is a birthday boy of today, as we call them in Lagos State, who has put this together, is actually a Lagosian. So please give Adamson another round of applause. Thank you very much. He is also letting us know that Lagosians truly are people of excellence. We say this all the time. Well, we have listened to various lectures. I acknowledge the various ministers here. I do not want to take too much of our time. All our royal fathers, I say KBSU. To all our distinguished guests once again, I say we are welcome. Let me then please rely on well-established protocols while we go to this very productive session. I am told that nobody is here to represent the governor of Imo, but we'll still take his questions. I'm sure the minister will be able to answer on his behalf. Because I'll be starting with you, sir. Honorable Minister, under the renewed hope agenda of this administration, what practical steps should be taken to ensure effective collaboration and coordination among different government ministries, departments, and agencies to address the skills development challenges in our country so that we can actualize this agenda that our hopes as Nigerians may be truly renewed?
Yeah, thank you, Madam SSG and moderator of this session. Maybe I should also announce myself as an adopted son of Lagos and become a Lagosian.
Please give the Honorable Minister another round of applause. He's an excellent minister. He belongs to the state of excellence.
Thank you. I guess that question, just like you said, may have been intended for the governor of Imo State. But having said this, I think that the renewed hope agenda of this administration, it's itself at the cornerstone of the emphasis that we're placing today in terms of manpower development and focusing on the virile workforce. I mean, it's the subject in itself, you know, agreeably, just like the main subject, it reflects the many players, you know, that play, you know, on the subject matter of skill in terms of the ecosystem. So I think that first and foremost, what it is for government to get all the institutions and all the agencies that have to do with skills development and workforce training to appreciate the fact that there is a bigger picture. That bigger picture is beyond their individual mandates. I mean, it's one thing, you know, to promote an agency or institutional mandate, but that pursuit must not be in terms of, you know, pursuing in silos. It must be a pursuit that in itself is based on the overall objective and goal of government, which in our present circumstance has to do with the Renewed Hope agenda. I mean, Agenda 7 of Mr. President's 8-point agenda speaks to acceleration in terms of diversification of our economy. And this is supposed to be achieved through industry, through innovations, through manufacturing, and all of that. You know, so the idea is that from the different agencies and institutions, each of these elements plays a role in terms of the achievement of the overall objective of government. That overall objective in terms of skills development is to get a workforce that is dedicated, that is skilled, that is disciplined, and that is globally competitive. Fortunately, in terms of the organization of government activity, under the Renewed Hope agenda of this administration, the Vice President heads the National Council on Skills, where all of these various agencies that play in the different skills space are brought together to articulate and to work together towards what the fundamental goal of the administration is. So what the administration is doing is to encourage the fact that while agencies play separately, there needs to be some kind of coordination. There needs to be some kind of an attempt to harmonize their various work in order that the overall goal of the administration can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. He spoke about diversification. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. He spoke about diversification, and he also spoke about coordination. And he also told us that, fortunately, the Vice President actually heads that particular section in the federal government. And so it makes their work easier. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, what role should this government, let's be specific now, play to align skill development with industry needs? What are the roles? We want to be very specific.
I guess that government is already playing that role. I mean, up on this stage, you have the DG of the ITF Industrial Training Fund. You have the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education. I mean, these two agencies are playing very, very critical roles in terms of Nigeria's manpower needs, in terms of workforce development. And I think that if you look at their separate and different roles, I mean, what it is that we mustn't have a curricula just for the sake of having a curriculum. We must have a curriculum that speaks to industry needs, so that when people get trained, when our colleges of education, our polytechnics, our monotechnics, whose curriculum is designed and driven by the National Board for Technical Education, there must be time specific and time sensitive. They must adapt with the changing and the modernizing nature of things. I mean, okay, at the moment, we're finalizing work on a national industrial policy. I mean, at the moment, we're all getting set for the fourth industrial revolution. All of these are coming with their different challenges and needs in terms of workforce, in terms of the skills that are required. So various agencies of government, such as NBTE, must make sure that the kinds of courses and the kind of training program in terms of technical and vocational education training are aligned with industry needs. I mean, people who graduate from our various schools must be such that they're not just graduates, but they're graduates with relevant skills to fit to our industries. If you are looking at the ITF, for example, the DG had spoken earlier on, given the history about how ITF started, and talking about its various roles and responsibilities. ITF is established to specifically train the skills that are needed for industry. Therefore, I think that, and that is why, this summit, this National Industrial Manpower Summit, is so important. Two things are important here to emphasize. One, the fact that Mr. President, as head of this administration, considered it very necessary and key to have an appointee dedicated for industrial training and development. And secondly, the fact that Mr. President allowed this summit to hold is in itself a big contribution to what government is doing and continues to do to align training, to align education to the needs of industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Please give him a round of applause. I would want to ask you the third question before I move on to another person. You've told us your synergy. You've spoken about how Mr. President, in his new policy, appointed a dedicated SSA for this particular purpose. But we would want you to share practical challenges that you face, that hinder institutional synergy and in skills development, and what strategies are you, particularly because this falls under your ministry, employing to overcome these institutional challenges?
Well, I guess the institutional challenges you are referring to are the challenges of maybe saying, one mandate, different institutions driving that mandate, and the need, for example, for there to be some kind of synergy amongst the players and all of that. And I think that earlier on I had talked about the difference between separate agencies' mandates and the overall mandate of the administration. And so what it is that one of the things that the ministry continues to emphasize and to promote is the fact that while various players play separately and differently, that there must be a central coordinating body that tries to align all of them to the same mandate. I mentioned earlier on the fact that we have a National Council on Skills that is headed by the Vice President. And about a month or so ago, a meeting was called of that council. And inside that room were the different players. Inside that room, you had ITF, you had NBT, you had labor, you had housing, you had all kinds of people who play different roles. The idea is to continue to encourage such meetings and such synergy. We also have a situation in which, at the moment, there is a bill, National Skills Bill, that is being put together to be able to be transmitted to the National Assembly. The idea is that we try to make sure that the various mandates are clear enough in order that there is no confusion over who is supposed to be doing this, who is supposed to be doing that. Secondly, the idea is that at the end of the day, that duplication in terms of cost of training, right, will be avoided. The idea is that we're also working towards having a central skills database from which all of these agencies and all of these operators can always tap from in order to avoid, we're also emphasizing the fact that we're trying to put the National Skills Council together doesn't in itself undermine the work and the strength of each of these agencies. It actually makes them stronger because ultimately it makes their contribution to the overall skill set of the country to be more appreciated.
Honourable Minister, I'll still take you on. What I have asked you, the first leg is your challenges. Are you saying that it's all been smooth, you just have all these bills that you're proposing, policies are in place, everything moves on smoothly? What are the challenges you face that hinder this manpower institutional synergy? There must be challenges. We want to know.
Well, of course. I mean, it's the fact, for example, that the various agencies keep working as though they are separate. It is a big challenge, in the sector, in industry. The fact, for example, that a lot of our industries operate at low capacity because they don't have the right skills to man their various jobs and work expectations is a continuing challenge. And that challenge gets answered by trying to align the curriculum and the training in terms of the kind of output that, for example, comes out. The fact, for example, that because there is the absence of that one central law that appreciates and harmonizes the work of every agency, it itself a continuing challenge, and the hope is that that is going to get answered and responded to by the time there's now an operative law operating within all of these. And there is also another challenge in terms of each of the occupations requires its own particular skills to function. I mean, just a few weeks ago, the National Automotive Design and Development Council unveiled occupational standards for those that are supposed to be working in the automotive sector. So all of these different skill sets in the different occupations are a continuing challenge for which industry and of which all the players' attention is called to, and we need to be able to solve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'd like to go on to I hope the representative of the Minister of Education is here. Are you the one, sir? No, education. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, let's go to you, sir. I keep wondering, every time we say that there's a skills gap, competence gap, and I'm looking at what role are you playing in the education sector to align education with industry needs?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and Honorable Minister, other distinguished panelists. Yes, I came here as actually Idris Bugaji, but I was told earlier that the Honorable Minister of Education was also to be here and I could represent him. Now, this summit is about industrial manpower. I'm speaking as Idris Bugaji before I talk as Minister, please. Industrial manpower. Bulk of the manpower of this country is produced by the Educational Ministry. But I would like to ask one fundamental question about this summit. The question is, where are the industries? We are talking about industrial manpower. Where are the industries? Outside Lagos and Ogun State, all the other 34 states, where are the industries? This is a very fundamental question before we even talk about the manpower. The Honorable Commissioner from Kaduna State is there representing the Governor of Kaduna State. At one go, Kaduna lost 10,000 textile workers. Senator Adams Oshomele started his career in Kaduna as a textile worker. This is the fundamental question we should ask. In the last 30 years, early 90s to the early 2020s, hopes had been dashed. Nigeria was facing deindustrialization. Except for Lagos and Ogun, we were losing industries. Workers were losing their jobs. And the fundamental reason was simply energy poverty. Hopes had been dashed, moderator. Asuwaju has come to renew those hopes. We can't reindustrialize unless we address our energy poverty. Nigeria generates over 5,000 megawatts. Divide by the 230 million population,
Per capita, we only produce 22 watts. Even this 22 watts, even this 5,000, over 5,000 megawatts, 60% is consumed in Lagos, what I may call Greater Lagos, Lagos and part of Ogun State. 22 watts moderator is too low for industrialization. South Africa, I wrote a paper 20 years ago. South Africa had 270 watts per capita. Egypt, 400 watts per capita. The average in Europe is 1,000 watts per capita. Nigeria cannot industrialize those 22 watts. This point must be raised. Aswaju must come to the rescue. We must generate more energy per capita so that the whole of Nigeria can re-industrialize, so that we can now talk comfortably about manpower. Madam Moderator, the Education Ministry was saddled with oversight on the Nigerian Skills Qualification Framework. 2013, the Executive Council of the Federal Executive Council gave MBTE that mandate to regulate the Nigerian Skills Qualification Framework. This framework covers both formal, non-formal, and the informal sector. We should buy into this framework so that we can have one mandate, many players, one nation, but one national skills qualification framework. This is fundamental. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Now, under the Nigerian Skills Qualification Framework, I was happy with the presentation of the DG Automotive Council. They are leading that sector on automobile. They are even developing occupational standards. And there are about 19 other sector skill councils, each one struggling to meet the demands of industry. These occupational standards are different from academic curriculum. We should understand the difference between technical education and vocational education. In technical education, of course, we use curriculum. We end up with ND-HND. In vocational, which covers skills, we use occupational standards as driven by industries. We look at what the industry needs, and that's what the competencies needed by industries. That's what is captured in the occupational standards. What the Ministry of Education has done and what the MBTE has brought on the table in the last 3 years is we have introduced what we call MSQ, mandatory skills qualification, whereby a diploma holder graduating must also graduate with a skills qualification of his choice. You cannot get a diploma without a certified skill qualification. And you should make it out of the passion that you have for that skill area. So this is one measure we have taken to ensure that products of our polytechnics are graduating with skills. I hope universities and colleges of education would be made to also follow suit. Finally, before to give time for other speakers, I would just like to appeal to you. Look at the clothes you are wearing. Everyone should touch the clothes he is wearing. Was it made in Nigeria? All of them are made in China. You are sustaining employment in China, and you are shortchanging Nigerian youth by wearing foreign textiles, foreign shoes, foreign everything. We need to change that attitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Education. I'm sure we all understood him clearly well. He said, where are the industries? That's very thought-provoking. But let us also, sir, Honorable Minister's representative, I think I agree, and I'm sure most of us agree, with your question, where are the industries? But then, would you have industries without training the people to work and man there? The Ministry of Education also still needs to work in that area. You would agree? You have said it, that now you have curriculum that people must have vocational certification, which is part of the renewed hope that we're looking forward to. So we should be happy that we have a president that is forward-looking and rescuing Nigeria from this death of knowledge. Thank you very much. I'll still come back to you, but I'd like to go to the Minister of Labor, his representative. Okay, sir, thank you. Let us ask you, you heard him, where are the industries? That kind of touches you and the trade ministry. So what is your role as the Ministry of Labor in skill development? I mean, relating to other MDAs and ensure, okay? Oh, can you hear? Okay, you can? Okay, can you hear? You didn't hear it? Okay.
On this, okay.
Okay, I said, what is the role of your ministry in skill development so that you can feed the industries that education has asked that he believes do not exist, because we must have people to work in those industries. So what are you doing to ensure that these industries, as Mr. President is inviting a lot of foreign direct investment into Nigeria, industries are coming, people are coming, how do we have the requisite labor to feed into these industries?
It's all right. My name is Engineer Tiza Chila Shaka, PhD. I'm standing in as a representative of the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment. I'm a director, Skills Development and Certification Department in that ministry. Now your question is, what is Ministry of Labor doing in skills development? That's a question. Skills development is actually a core mandate of Federal Ministry of Labor. And Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment has been carrying out that mandate even when it was a Department of Labor in the then colonial administration, as far back as 1945. We've been training artisans who graduated into tradesmen. Some call them tradesmen, tradeswomen. Most call them artisans. And some call them artificers. We train them in hands-on skills, basically in hands-on skills, that's vocational and technical skills. Now, as time went on, we are gradually moving into digital skills. And with proper funding, which has been a major constraint, we move into more complex digital skills. So, Madam, I've answered the question.
Okay, thank you. But I would still want to know, because I have a feeling the audience don't feel too satisfied. You see now? So please, yes. Yes, in relation to, how do you work with other MDAs to ensure that you produce skills? Because that's what you do.
How do we work with them? We have skills training centers in 40 training centers in the country. Most of the major towns in Nigeria, especially in state capitals, we have skills training centers. And we train artificers that submit themselves for training. And we certify them with the trade test certificate of competence, which they use to gain employment in industries.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, maybe this will help. Is there a centralized system for tracking skills development progress nationally? Do you have data?
Yeah, in the course of training these artificers, we collect data. At the moment, we can tell you the number of carpenters that have been trained. We can give you the number of panel beaters. We can give you the number of drivers in the country. You see, I should tell you, the data is not immediately available, but it will be available on demand.
Because I actually asked him to tell us. All right, thank you very much. Let me go to the DGITF. Sir, in your opinion, and with empirical references where possible, what roles are you, the ITF, or you're playing in the skills development ecosystem? What's your role?
Thank you very much. Before I answer that question, ma'am, I will like Nigerians generally to focus on one thing and to hold accountable leaders sitting behind the big tables and chairs. It is not just enough to speak English. Let us get up. Go out there practically. Look for where the needs are. Tackle the problem physically and mentally. We have been too comfortable on our chairs and tables. We speak English. We are called into public occasions like this to talk. We speak big grammars. We quote large numbers. But everything lacks practicality. For those of you who know us in ITF recently, the artisans, some of you are here. We have the super beneficiary president here. That association was formed without our knowledge last year. And they tackle me. They wake me up at night. They call me. We do not have this here. This is not happening here. That is not happening here. And I engage with them. Let us start this practicality. Don't let us sit down and quote numbers and talks, sweet talks. Let's engage in reality. Ma'am, ITF is doing a lot. And as I've told you, as we've heard from my speech, this president, this government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, just as lots of the speakers have said, puts round pegs in round holes. When I came on board in October 2023, I was given the mandate to scale up Nigeria artisan, and ITF has been doing that. It is not something that is theoretical. We feel it on the street. We hear it and we see it. Some of the beneficiaries are here. And it is not just that the voice is loud, practicality is there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DG. Can you hear me? DG, thank you very much. You said that it's not just about speaking. It's a practical we want to see. So I will be asking you, give us a data. How many people has your organization trained and they have benefited from the policies of this administration? We need to know.
From my speech, I quoted a number. 29,000 foundation artisans were trained last year. You know, some people wrote petition to EFCC, they petitioned ITF, that it was just number. They called us. We brought our data because the artisans were also paid stipends. Training centers also paid. We brought our data and they checked, they made calls, and they were surprised that what we have is the truth, is reality, is practical. I also said in my speech that that was foundation. The president did not specifically say, train those that are not artisans. Train, uplift, upgrade the artisans to international standard. But we need to bring in, we need to have field players. So we need to have people that we come in as into the space when we are doing this. Foundation or non-artisans that want to be intending artisans. So that's why we trained that 29,000. That was the number available at that time on our data. Intending artisans. Because our data says intending artisans, artisans, and training organizations. Now, as I speak with you, we have taken these 29,000, added to 71,000 practicing artisans, and we are training them for the Skill Up program. I didn't have enough time to talk about the Skill Up program. The Skill Up program is in 2 stages. One, which we call Super 1, is soft training. You will agree with me that our artisans, when they get their job, they just rush into it without considering it as a project. First of all, they have to consider even putting a button on the cloth as a project and use the principle of project management. ITF collaborated with the Chartered Institute of Project Managers of Nigeria, another government agency, to build a curriculum, a special curriculum for our artisans in project management, and to certify them, to give them a special membership in that charter. They have done, and we have trained over 3,000 trained trainers in the various private training centers in Nigeria last year. We gathered them together in the geopolitical zones. The Chartered Institute trained them with the curriculum. They also developed a curriculum for the artisans. These people, as I speak with you, have started on Monday, training the artisans in project management in their local languages, because many of them cannot speak English. That is going on now. Do we have, again, after this, they have 2 weeks to do project. We now go into industrial safety. Industrial safety, we have certain workers in ITF that have international certification in industrial safety. We took them to a place in where Chevron train their workers for safety. It is called Prime Atlantic. We took them there, despite the fact that they have their international certification. We took them there for a refresher. And they now sat down together with Prime Atlantic to develop a curriculum for the artisan in industrial safety. That we need. And after these 2 weeks of project management, that will be starting, because we have also gone around the country. Those trainers have gone around the country to train the trainers of the various training centers. For free, everything I'm talking about is free from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
After this, we will be going into another one. We collaborated again with the national orientation agencies. We know that artisans in Nigeria, it is not like all of them are bad, but the attitude to work is the greatest problem. An artisan can take 3 jobs at a time. They will move from here. Please, I'm coming. I want to go and eat myself. They will rush to another one. Go and do a little there. I want to go and eat. Go and do a little here. That is because the professional ethics is lacking. We collaborated with National Orientation Agency and we developed a curriculum for occupational ethics and patriotism. I lived in Dubai for 19 years. I saw people coming from countries worse than Nigeria. Their government worse than Nigeria. Their economy worse than Nigeria. But you dare not speak ill of their country. But here, patriotism is lacking. So, ITF with National Orientation Agency developed a curriculum on ethics and patriotism. Then after this, we are doing a lot practically, and that is why I am saying we should not just speak, we should practicalize what we speak in Nigeria. If I want to continue to talk about what ITF is doing,
DG,
just too much.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll go to the last but not the least, the DG NADDC. Let me ask you, you run an institution that is barely known to a lot of Nigerians. So for us to be interested and for us to know exactly all your strategies, you've been praised today for your strategies. Would you just tell us strategies that you would also recommend to address skills development, particularly as it relates to your institution?
Okay. I will draw example from what we have done as National Automotive Design and Development Council. The council is responsible for regulating automotive in Nigeria. I also come up with policies and programs that can lead to adoptions of new technology and also to promote skill development within that industry. So what we have done first is to work with MBT to have a sector skill council. A sector skill council is a council that made up of all the stakeholders in that industry. And our sector council have about 17 stakeholders. So we brought all the 17 stakeholders, the unions like NATA, MOMTA, and all of them. We brought the industry practitioners, we brought the technicians, and we brought academicians. We brought all of them together. We decided to study what are the skill gaps we have in the industry. It is based on those skill gaps that we develop our national occupational standard. We have national occupational standard for almost every sector, every activities within the industry. We have for motorcycle and tricycle. We have for heavy-duty vehicles and tractors. We have for mechatronic. And recently, we launched that one for conversion, maintenance, and calibration of CNG vehicle. So also we've launched that one for NOS for electric vehicle and maintenance of electric vehicle. We base this, NOS based on the skill gap that we have identified. So our strategy is just to work with those ones that are already in that industry to know what are their needs. We work with technicians. We've trained a lot of technicians in Nigeria. And now, when we realize that, for example, tricycle and motorcycle are common in every part of Nigeria, and the manufacturers and assemblers of the tricycle and motorcycle have started manufacturing CNG motorcycles, CNG tricycle across the country. How are they going to be maintained? We went to the manufacturer, for example, DAG that manufacture Bajaj, and then Simba that manufacture TVS. These two contribute almost 95% of tricycle in Nigeria. And we said, how are these people going to maintain your vehicles, your tricycles? We work with them and we ensure that we organize training for technicians, and we have started that. We have done it in 3 states, and we are going to cover the whole 36 states of federation in order to bridge the gap. Also, we work with assemblers. After we have developed the nose, we work with the assembler, because if we train these people, if we train the technician, they are the ones that are going to work on your vehicles. For example, we train a technician in Kano, and there is an innocent vehicle that breaks down in Kano. That technician is going to attend to that vehicle. So innocent need to contribute, for example, to that training, and that's what we have worked with them. And with that, we've ensured that we partner with these people, that's the assembler in Nigeria, to train our technicians. And we have trained technicians in more than 12 states now, and we are going to cover the whole 36 states of the federation within the short time. Not only that, we understand the need of, there's need for good tools to work with. And because of that, we have built auto training centers in 21 states, and we have equipped now about 19 of them, and very soon some of them that have not been commissioned are going to be commissioned. So that apart from teaching, apart from taking them through what they're supposed to know, we also make sure that after the training we give them tools that they are going to work with, and apart from giving them tools, we made available those training centers that they can make reference to when they don't have that tool, because those tools are available in those training centers. We let them know that they can use those equipment in the training center to aid their works. So we've done all this, and we continue to do more. As I'm talking to you now, we are training assessors, because if you train the technician, some people train the technician. We want to make sure that these trainers follow the lay down rules, and they follow the sequence of training. It is the assessors that are going to assess the trainer. So again, we realize there's a gap in the number of assessors in the country. And currently we are training 30 assessors. They have spent 3 weeks already. They will spend another 3 weeks. And by the time they round up, the number of assessors in the automotive sector in the country is going to increase. So in skill sector, in automobile sector skill, we make sure that we work with every stakeholder, everyone that we know is going to contribute something. And that has really helped us in that industry.
Thank you very much, DG. But I was listening to him, and I've listened to every panelist here. They've spoken wonderfully. But my thinking is, you've all emphasized training. ITS said they've trained. Labour said they trained. You two said you have trained. When you train these people, is there a way of ensuring that they are placed in those places they should work? I mean, is there a merging? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a merging policy or principle of matching them with the supposed employers, so that you just don't train people and they have nowhere to work? I'd like anyone to... Okay, ITF wants to, then Labour would later. You two wants to.
From my speech earlier on, I talked about collaboration with NECA and MAN. Currently, as I speak, these two bodies, they are collecting the work, available vacancies from their members, getting ready to employ these internationally certified trainees. And apart from this, that is just one exit. In the past, we just see people trained and they are left alone, take the stipends they have, gather it, sell the startup pack, which we no longer do now, go and get Okada and start riding Okada. That skill is gone. Next year they will come again. But with this government, no. We are incubating businesses at the end of our program. We are going to incubate businesses for them, and it's going to be robust. We don't just hand over scissors or one clipper to Ibaba. No, we incubate the full business for them. That's one. And two, I also talked about talent export. Talent export, we collaborate with Nasima and Nateb, where out there are so many countries that need our artisans, but they need to be internationally certified. So we are certifying them and we are licensing them, and we are creating these conduit pipes to make sure we take them to these countries. They work in this country, because what I say, this time around, what we see in Nigeria is Nigerians just going by themselves, but this time they are going with a rope attached to their leg.
DG, can I come in there?
Yes.
Can I come in there? My question is, you know, we need to be satisfied in our country first. You're talking of training them and sending them out.
Okay.
That is another Jackpot syndrome.
Yes.
We're saying that when you train these people and
Yes.
you equip them, do you have a mechanism where you are able to link them with with the employers here in Nigeria?
I already talked about...
Yes. I think Nigerians will be happier because we still have a lot of unemployed people here.
Yes.
They will be happier to know that even in this same country, we can be employed. Not everybody wants to be trained and go out.
There are three options, ma'am. I stated everything in my speech. Three options, three exits from our program. One is what you are talking about. Some people are not satisfied with that. There is Jackpot syndrome. According to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at Owerri, during the inauguration of the governor there, he said, we want them to jackpot, but let them jackpot with skills and certificates. Because we know that this is the end thing, and it will benefit the country. It benefited China. It has benefited South Korea. It has benefited India. And we can see their technology today. How many of us here have our children in Nigerian universities? A lot of us have our children abroad. Why? And we can see now, they go out and come back. We can see a lot of them coming back. We know our artisans will come back.
Thank you, DG. The labor representative also wants to contribute.
Yes. The question is, when you train these people, what do you do? Do you allow them to just go and continue with the wrong things they were doing? Or you look for a way for them to? The Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment has the National Electronics Labor Exchange, NELEX platform. It's a job matching platform in which applicants bring in upload their documents there, and then employers look at those documents and then grant it. The Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment equally have the National Labor Market Information System, and in which all these people we train bring their documents to to the platform, and then employers, accredited employers, not the 419 type, accredited employers have already stated what they want, and it's on the platform. We now look at the people we have trained, and then we'll do the job matching. Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment equally bring those people who have trained into cooperative societies. There is a department dedicated for that, cooperative department, bring them into clusters and encourage them or get jobs for them or encourage them to access cooperative benefits so that they form themselves into cooperative and begin to utilize whatever is accruable. Like disabled persons that are trained are brought into a cooperative, disabled, and then they are exposed to some grant. Usually, the Ministry of Labor will guide them to get those grants, among many other things.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
but let me ask you this question. Do you have a data? And can you tell the audience, the platform?
Yes,
Let's know it so that we can all access it.
Yes.
And do you have a data? How many people have actually benefited going through your platform?
Yes. You see, where we came here with our minister, he has just left, he asked me to come up here, but we have directors sitting down there that can avail of this data. If there is need, and this session is enough, I can beckon on one of them to at least give us data of maybe disabled persons that have been formed into cooperative, or officers beneficiaries of our skills training program. But I feel that will take too much time. But those data are available as a matter of fact.
Thank you very much.
Some data here from education.
Okay, the honourable minister wants to add.
Yeah, let me just inform that at the moment, the DGITF are informed at different times about the different kinds of training programs that have been on. But let me say that the ITF also is under a marching order by Mr. President to make sure that people who get trained from their programs are linked directly to jobs. And because of that marching order, there is an aspect of the training in ITF that has been delayed because of making sure they're able to meet up with that. So it's not just training for the sake of training, but training that is matched to available jobs, particularly jobs in industry. The second is that both NBT and ITF have at different times done some kind of skills assessment gap. So most of the training that is taking place is also benefiting from those gaps that have been identified, just so that those who are trained are able to get fitted into available job opportunities. I thought I should inform on that.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I think did you, oh, you're okay.
One
information. Let me just add something. For us, our training, we organize our training based on the discussion most often that we have with trade unions within the industry. And because we have identified the gaps within the unions, so we normally work with them and organize those trainings. So immediately we finish the training, they are benefiting from that training because they are already, majority of them are already part of the system. And again, when we want to do senior level training, we invite the assemblers to bring specified set of people to the training. For example, when we did MINDAS is for the technology you use in designing a particular part. And you can use it to design a particular part, then you can go and print before you go into production. So we teach them, we told them how to do this, and after they've learned it, we subscribe for them so that they will have access to that software for 1 year. And after that, we follow up on them on how they have used those knowledge and the technology. And I could tell you that immediately they told us that they want more, which means they are benefiting from that. And we did training in one of the states on CNG conversion. 2-3 months after, 3 of them have opened their own conversion center. That's a practical result of the training we've done. We went to another state to do training, and we met a young man who is organizing training for 35 people. His name is Yusuf, one of the products of training we have done earlier. That's also another evidence of the outcome of our training. So with the collaboration of the stakeholders, the trade union, the people we train, put them into productive use. And again, we give them tools. When we do training, we give them tools so that it will encourage them to use those tools to practicalize the knowledge they have acquired.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Some data from
Thank
education.
You. Thank
Madam.
you, audience. Let me ask this question. You want to say something?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the moderator is interested in data. I forgot to mention the new Tibet initiative of the Federal Ministry of Education. So far, 1.3 million Nigerians have registered, and about 930 have already met the requirements. So by end of this August, we are going to, map them to about 1,000 centers. And this is a program sponsored by the ministry. They will be given stipends, and the training tuition fees shall also be paid. So these are some statistics I think which is important. But I have two appeals to make. Number one, I would like to appeal to the Ministry of Labor to digitalize the LMS, the LMISE, the Labor Market Information System. The one they have on the ground was carried out about 10 years ago. Nigeria has changed significantly. If we have a digital labor market information system, in real time you can know the labor gaps. Many African countries are doing that. We were in Mombasa recently, and the Minister of Labor told us that's what they are doing in Kenya. We need to develop, because that's their primary mandate, Ministry of Labor. ITF can help them, MBT can come in, ministry can help, but the primary mandate is that of the Ministry of Labor, a robust labor market information system which should be made digital. That's one appeal. The second appeal is to the Honorable Minister of Industry. I would like to appeal that ITF should adopt the Nigerian Skills Qualification in certification. At the moment, they give certificate of attendance, which is not recognized in the federal scheme of service, and which is also does not allow progression to education. NSQ has been accepted in the federal scheme of service, and it allows cross movement from skills training to education. So let us adopt the Nigerian Skills Qualification for all our trainings, not only Ministry of Industries, but even Ministry of Labor and all other agencies involved with training. Because this is the Nigerian, recognized skills qualification. Beyond the borders of Nigeria, it's recognized. And with the African Free Trade Zone coming up very soon, we need to unify our certification process. And that's what the National Council on Skills is driving. So let us adopt the NSQ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that ITF is eager to respond, but I want us to examine another area. Please, sir, you will talk later. Later.
I just want to...
I don't want us to flog that issue again. Let's go to funding and resource efficiency. No, please, sir. May I ask, I think this should go to the Honorable Minister. From what we've all listened, there will be duplication of funding across various institutions. How then do you ensure accountability in this area? Or who should lead or coordinate national skills strategy efforts? We need to know.
Yes, thank you, moderator. at the very beginning of these discussions, there was an appreciation that is of the agencies, whether it's NBT, whether it is ITF, whether it is labor, they have their immediate responsibilities and mandates. And those mandates are going to be executed and are going to be funded. The problem is that unless these mandates are aligned to the national mandate, they will continue to be duplications in terms of funding, in terms of training, in terms of all of that. And that's why the National Skills Council, that is the main responsibility that harmonizes and organizes all of these skill sets and responsibilities into a national skills vision, right? And I think that it is from that council that a lot of the funding and the training that takes place in the agencies will be interrogated. The idea is that as they build, the National Skills Bill gets set up and sent in, and it becomes an act, that all of these will be harmonized in such a way that duplicity will be avoided, in such a way that various tasks and responsibilities can be more properly monitored and oversighted, and to make sure that we don't have nearly the kind of problem that has been envisaged.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. May I say to this very vibrant audience that we'll soon come to the end of this session. But I've been told that there is an opportunity for members of the audience to also ask questions. And that's what we want to do now. So please, if you have your questions, get them ready. I'll just ask our members to give us once, maybe after your questions, not now, their own roundup sentence. Okay. All right, sir. I'm seeing somebody in front. Okay, we'll take 5. Okay, how many, please? Let me just know how many so that we can divide. All hands that want to ask questions. How many do we have? Can I get somebody? Please, can we know how many? Okay. How many are we that want to ask questions? 1, 2. Can I have any of the ushers to assist me here? 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the Honorable Minister has used his, what do I say you've used now in Abuja? This is not Lagos. So we'll be taking 6 questions, please. So, sir, I saw his hand first. The man in brown. Yes, sir. Can you,
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question is to MBT. Basically, I've had a look at your framework that you've just done lately. And to me, there is just to bring out a few gaps that I've seen in it, where I believe that if care is not
you see, this is part of skills acquisition. Honorable Minister.
Hello. Thank you. So my question is to you. Basically, the curriculum that has just been developed, first things first, part of the awarding bodies that I saw that you chose was this civil organization, yes, civil defense, and also federal road safety. These are not educational bodies. And as awarding bodies, by the way, my background is developing qualifications in the UK. I've been doing it for over 10 years, and I work with the British government to be able to develop these curriculums. And I believe that choosing these awarding bodies from the start, we are all already setting ourselves up to fail as an organization or as a curriculum that we are developing. That's the first part. Second part, my question again to you is, what sort of benchmark are you benchmarking your levels, as you said? Because internationally, you will have award level, you will have diploma level, and you have certificate level, award, certificate, and diploma. But the way your curriculum is structured is slightly, if I may say, slightly flawed, which you may need to look at, because it's not following the international based curriculum. And if we don't do that, it will give us problems in the future. So this is part of the things I would like MBT to look at in the way the benchmark towards international certification, how this will work properly, and how do you select your awarding bodies, basically. Who also, under the committee, because I noticed that there is that you've allowed the committee to be able to actually check with these awarding bodies. How do you get the people that are looking at this awarding body? What sort of training do you give them? In abroad, they give them external quality assurance training. How would you make sure that this works in Nigeria so that we are not setting ourselves up to fail?
No, please don't answer yet. I think we should take all the questions, but note your questions so that you'll answer. Next, sir, I saw your hand there. Yes, please. Okay, the lady. Please, if you want to ask a question, I think we should just come out this way. It's better. Sir, yes, sir. so that we'll know how many we want. Kabiesi wants to ask. Please give the microphone to Kabiesi.
Thank you very much. I want to commend the effort of the DG, MBT, ITF, and some other scheme. I could see that they are doing very well, making sure that people have job, or maybe people are able to return to job. So the question I want to ask you is that do you actually have a database whereby maybe you collaborate? Because my thinking is that if somebody completes maybe a vocational training with the ITF, the same person might possibly go to MBT for maybe for another training as well. So do you have a kind of a database whereby you collaborate to making sure that you are not recycling the same set of people, or maybe there's no duplication? Thank you.
Thank you, Kabiesi. Please, we'll take the first person. The lady, yes.
All right, thank you so very much, ma'am, the moderator. My name is Modupe Akerele. I will be very brief about my question. There's this particular question that I'm interested in, which the moderator asked the other time, and which is, how are these agencies going to synergize? We all talk about trainees, training people, training artisans. How are we going to synergize? The DG ITF has been able to identify, I think, about few organizations which they've worked with in terms of job provision. The MAN and the NECA. I'm so particular about this, ma'am. How are they going to synergize? All right, that is the first one. The second one is, one of the panelists was talking about conversion of CNG, cars, tricycle, and all of that. I want to ask, is your agency working towards providing more stations, CNG stations? Because in Nigeria, we are short of CNG stations. What is your organization doing in that regard? Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Please, the next person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Agbobiusa Asenogwa. First, my question is about the skills that we are training people for. What I've observed is that, especially for NDE, which is under the Ministry of Labor, they constantly train people on bead making, cake making. In this 21st century, I believe as a nation, we must be very conscious of the skills that we give people to advance the economy of this country. It is disheartening to still see Lebanese in our road constructions doing all the technical work when we have vibrant youth that can do it. So my question is, what are the skill sets that we're actually giving to our people? Are we giving them skill sets that can make them compete with other people in other climes, or are we giving them skill set that still make them, dependent on themselves or their parents? And the second one is, as for the Ministry of Education, we have, for example, Department of Engineering in all our schools, or in most of our schools, and we have mechanical engineers that will still take their cars elsewhere to go and repair. How are we building our institutional curriculum to ensure that our graduates are self-sustaining, and that, for example, the students or graduates of engineering department are meant to work for construction companies or any other engineering companies to build their skills while they are still in school?
Thank you. Next person, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Fumi Ajila Ladipo, and I'm the Executive Chairperson of the Sector Skill Council for Fashion Design, Leatherworks, Accessories, Textiles Industries. Our industry have very huge potential, but we need stronger manpower, strategies, to turn that potential into sustainable growth and competitiveness. My number one question is, what concrete framework exists to fully integrate Sector Skill Council into national manpower policy, making and implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm afraid after you, sir, one more person, because I said we only have 10 minutes more, so that our panelists can answer our questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will want to stand on existing protocol. My name is Ahem Okhali Ehije Elvis. I'm a civil engineer and a project manager. My question goes to the DG of ITF and the DG of the automobile. Now, in project management, what everyone has been mentioning is output. And we have both output, outcome, and the benefits. Now, how are you tracking the outcome of the training? Because if you train 100 people and they get the skill, that's an output. What is the tracking method you're using to track the training you have given out, and what outputs, and finally the benefits to the economy? Because we've been hearing of skill acquisition from administration to administration to administration. What tracking method are you using? What LFAs are you using to track the outcome of this skill acquisition? What metrics have you put in place to track the outcome and to know if this skill acquisition is actually successful? And was this benefits put from the planning stage of this whole skill acquisition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I apologize to all the intending questionnaires. Please, I thank you very much. After this man, we'll be able to get any more questions. Thank you. So please, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. My name is Muhammad Abdusalam Pantami. My first question will go to ITF, DG. I was trained by ITF and I received certification by ITF. Okay. And I also share the feelings of the DG of ITF that when they train some trainees and they give them start-up tools, they will go out the gate and sell the tools. When we were in ITF under the MSTC, I am one of the well-known and well-recognized students. Even when we graduated, we tried to assess equipment. We could not get it as at that time. Right now, I am saying it here, I went through my training under mechatronics department. Everybody, virtually every staff in ITF know me. Right now in Abuja, I have a land where I want to establish an automobile workshop based on the training I went through. I want to establish the automobile workshop. I request the DG ITF to support me because I am trained under your organization.
Thank you very much.
I don't want money. I want the ITF to come and see the space and put equipment for me and monitor me operating my workshop.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The place is not far away from town. It's just around Life Camp Junction.
It is noted. It is noted. It is noted, sir. I've been told that our royal father would also like to ask another question. We'll give him the privilege. Kabiyesi, sir. And may I also announce that I've also been told that all our questions, we can write them and submit to us. We'll get back to you. Please bring them up here. And where's the MC? Where's our MC? Please, can you collect all the questions? Those are the distinguished members who couldn't ask physically, so that they can be treated.
All right, thank you, moderator.
My question, or I won't say it's a question, is a concern about the slavery most of Nigerian workers are going through. I'm a valuer by profession, and I've been privileged to carry out valuation exercise in some of these multinationals. It is very sad when you get to some of the factory, and I think my Honorable Minister for Labor and Employment will have to look into that. What Nigerians are going through in most of these factories, especially most of the multinational handled by Chinese, Lebanese, and the rest of them, is nothing to write home about. One, they brought their laborers from abroad, and I begin to ask myself, how did they get to this country? Are they expatriates? These are skilled work that ordinary Nigerians can do. Yes, they will bring their laborers. I'm not talking of MD or whatever. You see them working in some of these plants at the expense of Nigerians that are there looking for a job to do. And where they employ Nigerians, it is like they are into slavery. In fact, if you see some of the environment they are working, it's either they are locked up there, the freedom is not there for them to even exercise their right to work. Before they got in, they go through all sorts of screening and the rest of them, as if that is in Nigeria. And then I want to ask my labor minister, where is our indigenization decree? Has it been thrown away? Because what we are seeing in Nigeria today is that most of our multinationals have been manned. Their managing directors are now expatriates. So where do we get to that? Because we have an indigenous, maybe it was the military that handed over to us or what. But they have a purpose. That is for Nigeria to take over what it is our own here. Yes, they may bring it here, but that does not mean that everything they put in here, we have to go and bring one managing director from India, bring a managing director from China. Everything now is not, including MTN, I don't want to mention them. So when you look at all these multinationals, they are not taking over. So what do we expect of Nigerians that are working over there? We will take care of our own interests when the man at the top is not a Nigerian. So these are areas I want the labor law to address, so that when Nigerians get a job, their prospect is that, I hope one day I will get to the MD. But when the motivation are not there, you have all the directors, they are expatriates, then you see them, they will japa. And when you go abroad, you see our children doing excellently well in most of their industry over there. So please, Labor Minister, let's address the issue of our labor law to see how Nigerians can be happy working in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Well, distinguished members of the audience, this has been very, very productive, and I'm elated. Even our royal fathers are highly cerebral. That shows us that Nigerians are truly resilient and intelligent. Can you give yourselves a round of applause? So we will go to the answers to these questions, and I'd like to appeal to the panelists that they only have 1 minute to answer. Yes, please. 1 minute, because we must move on to the next one. So the first question was on education. You have a few questions. Just take all your questions on education. We have about 2, 3, 4 questions on education directed at you. So please, sir, anything on education, just take it all in. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Quickly, the benchmark for our occupational standards is based on the UK system. And that's why we have, upgraded it to 9 level, equivalent to that of the UK. Every awarding body must have an external EQAM, Quality Assurance Manager. For that of Homeland Security, the awarding body was given to Federal Roads, to Civil Defense, because it involves security. You can't give this kind of assignment to any other civilian setting. We had to consult the Office of the National Security Advisor to do that. And for articulated vehicle driving, we had to give road safety. With regards to the training database, every training center registered by MBTE is in our database. Not only your name, your qualifications, etc., even pictures of facilities are uploaded.
So we have a robust database which is accessible. There is also a need for us to do signage, somebody mentioned. Yes, signage is important. CNG has been developed by the Automotive Council. In the MBTE today, we are closing the workshop on LPG. We are giving Nigerians alternative. CNG is not easily available. You can see the long queues all over Abuja and other places. LPG is in every local government. Additionally, as a chemical engineer, I am telling you that LPG is even safer. The molecules in LPG are butane and propane, C3, C4. You can liquefy them at 20 bar, pressure of 20 bar. CNG, you have to keep it at 220 or 230 bar, and you do not get a liquid. You get a compressed natural gas. So we have at MBTE developed NOS on LPG. We are passing it to the Sector Skill Council, and we hope training centers will adapt it. Finally, there was this question of engineering skills. Yes, that's why we have introduced the mandatory skills qualification. This is an answer to what they call the German dual system. In Germany, training is given two ways, both skills and academic. So for us in Nigeria, the answer is MSQ. Every ND holder must graduate with a skills qualification. I think I've taken up my 1 minute. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. And somebody also asked a question on, okay, well, I think the synergy is the last one we'll go to because it's kind of general. NADDC, your questions. Please, 1 minute. Answer.
The question has to do with availability of stations across the country. Yes, I may say, even though we work with predecessor CNG initiative, it is not under our mandate for provision of CNG station across the country. We certify the conversion centers, and let me state also that the policy on CNG is more of private sector driven. So private sectors are encouraged by the government to establish these gas stations across, and government is working with private sectors on that. So for us, we are working with the relevant authority that are involved with gas to make sure that they are available. And again, as I said, we are more of supervising and licensing the conversion center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the DGITF. Please, 1 minute. Is that one?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, the gentleman who came up to say he has a land. I am happy, at least you have seen one of ITF products. He was so proud, he came here with pride that I was trained by ITF, and he's proud of that. I think ITF deserves a round of applause for that. In the past, just like other organizations, trainings used to happen, and at the end of the training, I said this in my speech, nothing happens to those people. They go and become Okada riders. This government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is saying no to that. And we have been mandated. I employed the gentleman to register on Super Skill Up Artisan Portal. You will be assessed again. Are you up to international standard? Because the time you were trained, maybe not with this government. That may have been in the past. Now, if you are not, we raise you up to international standard. If you are, you face the certification exam. Then, at the end, you get certified internationally, get your license, and then we will incubate that business for you. I said this earlier on. We will incubate the business for you. It is business incubation you are talking about.
And I said it in my speech that it will not hurt your pocket. It will not hurt the government's pocket, and it will not hurt ITF pocket. And people are asking, how do you want to do something? That is our magic wand that we are keeping. We don't want to show anybody. When it starts happening, people will see it. Again, somebody talked about the project management. You see, I said we are collaborating with the Chartered Institute of Project Managers of Nigeria. The entire Super Skill Up Artisan program is a project, and currently it's in your hands. They are collecting data. They are monitoring everything. They are going step by step with us. That's one of the reasons we collaborated with them, not just to train the artisans, to take Super. You see, when you take everything you are doing as a project, you will be successful, and you apply the principle of project management. Just to let you know, for Super program, the program Skill of Artisan given to us by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we are following the principle of project management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody also asked you that how do you measure your output and benefits?
That is exactly
in the
what.
economy?
That is exactly what why they are taking it as a project. Super is a project because he is a project manager, and that is their job, and they are doing it.
Can you tell us the results? You've measured your output and the impact on the economy. That's what they want to know.
We started this project January 2024. That is, and it is going on. It is stage by stage. You don't just train one time and you say it's up to international standard. We have foundation, we have Super 1, we have Super 2, we have entrepreneurship, we have then certification exam and licensing. It is ongoing, and they are capturing everything.
Okay, so we don't have the exact economic impact yet.
The man that asked that because he's a member of Chartered Institute of Project Managers of Nigeria.
So you don't have it. That's what the audience wants
They have
to
not
know.
completed the project.
Okay.
So once the project is completed, the first round, they will give us the results.
You know why I'm defending my audience? We're not here to deceive anybody.
Because he's a member of them.
Thank you.
Is their member, and I have told you that we have trained 29,000 artisans in the foundation, and we are training 100,000 now.
This is a new Nigeria where everybody wants to know what is happening.
Thank you.
We need to be sure that you are impacting us positively. Thank you. So we will want to go to labor. The KBSC took it out of my mouth as well, talking of indigenization law. Labor, please tell us. I do know as a lawyer that it exists. I also know that in Lagos State, we ensure. But I do not know whether in other parts of the country. I'm not making a case for him, but this is the truth, sir. So how is it?
Let me answer this. It's okay. KBSC said multinational companies bring in their laborers to Nigeria to do jobs meant for Nigerians, if that's the summary of it. And then the indigenization policy of the Nigerian government appears to be failing. Now, expatriate quota in industries or by multinational companies is not within the purview of Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, Federal Ministry of External Affairs, Federal Ministry of Interior, and the Nigerian Immigration Service handles that. Then our own function is we carry out labor inspection in those factories to ensure that the workers are safe and the company is taking good care of the welfare of the workers. So that's our function in that aspect. The other aspect will be taken care of internal affairs, Federal Ministry of Internal Affairs, immigration, and this. Then on CNG, some of us, I'm here in the representative capacity, so I will not really express my opinion on CNG. I think I will stop at that. But if I'm to talk further on CNG, some of us look at CNG as an obsolete technology that is being brought into the country. And we find it difficult to encourage people to even go into it. From my background as an engineer of many years standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But can I ask you, because you haven't answered that question. The KBSC said there are people who shouldn't work in our space, and they're in our space. And we're talking here, we want Nigerians to own Nigeria, and Nigerians first. That's what every country is saying. But you just said now that it's not your ministry. So why do Labour all the time, you just say, we no go agree, we no go agree. What are you no go agree for now? If you... If you are not going to protect these people who are working, I know as a lawyer that it's also part of your ministry's duties to ensure that Nigerians get the benefits of Nigeria. If Mr. President has taken it upon himself to ensure that indigenization law works in every state, it works in Lagos State, I can assure you. I know that. But you see, our audience want to know, why is Labour not... You're only going there to say, okay, so if you go to a company now, sir, sorry, and you meet 80 people out of 100 and 80 are expatriates, you don't care as long as they are looking after them, whether they are Nigerians or they are Chinese. That's what they're asking you. Yeah. What does Labour Ministry do to ensure that Nigerian labor is for Nigeria?
Well, TUC, NLC, NECA can answer that question. Federal Minister of Labor and Employment can do the policies.
It's all right, sir. It's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Now I go to the last question, which is for the minister himself. I waited for him. Honorable Minister, sir, somebody had asked a question about synergy, and it is for you to tell us how your ministry has been able... Thank you, audience. The minister wants to talk. Please, let's listen to him. How has your ministry been able to ensure that there is proper synergy between all these people for the benefit of Nigerians? All these various agencies.
Well, thank you. It's the question on synergy is not just a question for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment alone. It's an entire ecosystem question, because sitting here, you have the representative of Labour Minister, who is in a different ministry. You have NBT in education. You have ITF in industry. And I think that the question on synergy is a question that has continued to recur, and we've continued to speak about it here. And what it is that beyond the separate mandates, because if mandates are pursued separately, they are almost mandates no more at the end of the day. So what we emphasize in industry is that we are seeking for a situation in which the multiplicity can be turned into multiplier effects. And the way to achieve that is through collaboration. Is the fact that in spite of the mandate that you have, that mandate only makes sense to the extent that you are willing to collaborate with other agencies and departments that also have mandates that have to do with training. And I think that this question is related to the question that was asked on how do we ensure that sector skills councils are made part of the national manpower, training framework or whatever. We've spoken in this session that we have at the moment the National Council on Skills. Now, this National Council of Skills, if it didn't exist, then there's going to be a lot of disarray that is going to be occurring within the entire ecosystem of training and skills development. But that council is the umbrella platform in which all the harmonization and collaboration within the skills development and training sector takes place. And I think that this is also the council that enforces discipline and strict adherence to what the separate mandates need to do to be able to achieve the overall national objective.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. It's been an eventful period with everyone here. Before I ask for us to just round up in 30 seconds each, Can I ask you, Honorable Minister, sincerely, as a member of FEC, Federal Executive Council, who do you think should lead or coordinate national skills strategy efforts? Who should do it?
Well, I think that, again, that question, I believe, has already been answered. I mean, at the highest level of government, the Vice President is the chairman of the National Skills Council. That is the coordination body for all matters of training and manpower skills development. That's what it is. But because you're just giving us 30 seconds, let me use this chance to, so we don't get out of this room with some kind of misinterpretation. The years of NBT, when he started this session, he said, we are training skills for who? For industries that don't exist. And says that industries exist only in Lagos. Now, let me say one of two things. First, the fact that with the coming of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency, he himself is, a pro-business and a pro-industry president, and he's made quite a number of interventions in terms of industry. We've not had any industry close shop anymore and relocate to any other country since he became president. The second is that as minister in charge of industry, I have traversed quite different parts of our country beyond Lagos. Just last week I was in Kaduna. I visited UNTL, which is moribund, no longer in operation. I also visited another industrial factory that is producing blankets. So, I mean, the MD of NEBSA is here, and he will attest to the fact that in our export processing zone in Calabar, in Kano, we have industries that are operating and that are operational. While we are not there yet, it is still important to note the fact that the industry of Nigerians, in spite of our challenging circumstances, is being experienced. Last month, I went to Kainji to go and inspect a facility, an aquaculture industrial facility. So here and there across the country, if you go to the Port Harcourt zone, you're going to find a lot of industries who are encouraged to continue to operate because of the policies and the interest that Mr. President currently has in industry. In front of me is the president of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, who can attest to various manufacturing concerns that are in operation. And I need that going forward in industry, the president, after a year and some months, considered it necessary to have a minister whose dedication is on industry. And I think that we're moving this ahead and hoping that as we discuss the National Industrial Manpower Summit, we do so for good reason and for good purpose. And that purpose is that we have industries that need to operate at full capacity and need the skills out of this summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will be asking Labour, 30 seconds, your thoughts.
Your question is?
You're rounding up.
Oh, rounding up. Well, Labour Act, Cap L1 2004, Section 49 to 53, has domiciled skills development in Federal Ministry of Labour and Employment. And let us revert to that. Instead of having all these players, we should be the coordinating body. Federal Ministry of Labour and Employment should be the coordinating body and not any other ministry. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Honorable Ainde, please, I hope your secretariat here is recording everything and writing everything down. Because as I told you, I want Nigerians to hold us responsible. We are talking. I don't want it to be talks. Hold me responsible. What I have said we are doing, hold everybody responsible. If we start doing that, there will be no just talk and no doing. Please, I want Nigerians to hold us responsible. And we should know, I think we are being watched everywhere in Nigeria now. Please hold us responsible, because we speak English too much in Nigeria, no practicality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. DG.
Training and human capital development, I think, require collaboration in order to achieve that. And I think it is in that respect that MBT have about 18 sector skill councils that are working on different sectors. It is pertinent on all of us to collaborate, identify where gaps are, and where we can quickly intervene in order to work for the benefit of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last but not the least, education.
Thank you very much, moderator. Well, thank you very much, moderator. Dangote Refinery imported 11,000 Indians to deliver that refinery. Railway expansion, they brought thousands of Chinese workers, some of them direct from prison, to deliver those railway expansion. The second largest urea plant, also in Lekki, was also developed with foreign imported labor. This all happened because we have been operating in silos. No synergy, no collaboration. President Asuwaju has come to change that narrative. From now onwards, we should work together as one system. Many players, one system, one Nigeria, and one skills qualification framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, to every good beginning, there must be an end. I want to thank this very vibrant, cerebral audience and for your patience. And to my colleagues on the side, I say thank you very much, Honorable Minister, DGs, representative of the Minister. I want to thank everybody. And I want us to go with this. Nigeria, this is Renewed Hope Initiative. We must begin to think differently. We must know that we have a government that wants us to be better than where we are. Because we are resilient, we will get there. Thank you, Honorable Adamson, for this session. I thank you all. Once again, I remain Bimbola Salu Hundein, the Secretary to the State Government of Lagos. Thank you.
My SSG, you are not leaving yet. We are going to have a photo session. And may we request the honor of the SSA to please join them for the photo session, please. And is that not the permanent secretary? Oga, you must be there. The HMS is already there. And as you can see, distinguished participants, it's been a robust discussion on that which has to do with the referencing of the discourse, which is one mandate, many players, addressing the urgent need for institutional synergy in skills development. One more time, can we please put our hands together for the panelists? And of course, the moderator. She has exhibited that indeed she is a legal practitioner of repute. And of course, her experience has been brought to bear in the way she conducted and of course managed the entire panel session. Well, distinguished eminent guest, one more time, all courtesies duly extended. And at this point, we'll be inviting for her presentation of certification to Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and Federal Republic of Nigeria. And here, this will be received. This presentation will be received with by the combination Okay. All right. Well, I think we've been doing a lot of talk. And at this point, the minister says we should have a break for lunch. When we come back, we will now delve into the presentation of...
All right, just to quickly announce how lunch will happen for our very distinguished guests with the green lanyard. Please take the second exit, which is to the back of the banquet hall. So if you're wearing a green lanyard, please go to the second exit, which is to the back of the hall. There is a space right there for you across from there where lunch will happen. To the rest of our distinguished guests with the white lanyard, you're taking exit 1, which is right in front of the stage. There's a room across from there. So white lanyard to the first exit, opposite the first exit of the banquet hall. You have access to lunch. And if you're wearing the green lanyard, please take the second exit, which is to the back of the banquet hall, and just opposite, lunch is served. We have 40 minutes for lunch, meaning we have to return at exactly 3:25. At exactly 3:25, we expect you, our very distinguished guests, to please be sat in the room. We have our panelists for the second conversation ready. We also have a technical presentation that will be made. And of course, there's a special presentation by the founder of Emza Pharmaceuticals to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please enjoy lunch, and we will see you very shortly. We expect that you all return to the room at exactly 3:25. At exactly 3:25, so meaning that at 3:20, you should start making your way back into the banquet hall. If you have the green lanyard, please use the exit to the back of the banquet hall. There is a room opposite that exit, and you can enjoy your lunch there. To the rest of our distinguished guests with the white lanyard, our dignitaries who are in front, and if you're wearing a white lanyard, the exit closer to the stage, there's a room opposite there where your lunch is served. Please enjoy your lunch. We will see you at exactly 3:25. So by 3:20, please start to wrap up your lunch and networking and make your way back into the banquet hall so we can wrap up on day 1. All of our panelists are here. Our eminent discussants have been in the room waiting to engage the next conversation. So please do not keep them waiting. Let's return to the room at exactly 3:25. We expect everybody to be back, but please enjoy your lunch, network, take pictures, but let's connect right after lunch so we can engage what is left of day 1. Thank you so much for joining us at the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025. We will see you in the next 37 minutes.
Thank you, my dear. Let me take now. Yes, sir.
Ambassador General, how's it going? Yeah, you just came in this morning, yesterday. Okay. Looking forward to that.
Thank you.
At first, I was even scared that they were going to be scheduled flight because of that
Thank you. Oh, sorry, just one so that just shows
The contact, I mean the contact. I'm in Abuja now. I'm coming
Fake
back
life.
Friday morning. So that Mali, do you want to meet with them? Do I take you to meet them? Just to give us the contact. Again, all courtesies duly extended. As earlier announced by my dear colleague and sister, we agreed that we are going to spend just 35 minutes for the lunch. And in view of the time as we speak, we please ask that we can still be fast with what we are doing so that we can come back for us to take the next session. Distinguished participants, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your understanding. And like we said before this time, that a time like this could not have been more better a time for it to come, other than now when we talked about, or when we are talking about, the renewed hope initiative of Mr. President. And as it is, for the visionary and the convener of this summit, we did say that it is a call to action to change our mindset from consumption to production and from dependence to self-reliant. It is a global changing world, and whether we like it or not, this is the time for us to take the bold step in addressing these challenges of our time. And for stakeholders in this engagement, from the remarks, goodwill messages we've heard, it is clear that we are in the right direction in changing the game for the collective good of our society. Someone said that the summit significantly is commendable because it is aligning seamlessly with Nigeria's long-term economic transformation growth, which is long expected. And when we look at the global order of today, with the way Mr. Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, is making the deals and deals and deals and tariffs, changing the entire business environment globally, then there is a need for all of us to look inward and, of course, find a way out of the wood for us to be able to be self-sustaining and be able to do what we should do best, capitalizing on our cutting edge to make the difference, as it were, in this new global trend. So while we await your coming back for us to take the next session, but we did say that before the next session, which of course will be a technical paper presentation by the President of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and the person of Otumba Francis Meshioi, who will be taking a look and evaluating bridging the skilled labor gap in Nigeria's manufacturing sector, a strategic pathway for developing a globally competitive workforce. I can assure you that it's going to be a quite interesting time with him. His wealth of experience in the industry in that sector, many years of what he's good at doing, and we are proud that he has represented the representation well in that sector. And for him to be here all the way to be part of this auspicious summit speaks volume. Thereafter then, we will be going into the second panel discussion to be moderated by Mr. Samson Adiosun, which of course we are planning and hoping that the entire session will be very brief and precise, because the second section did take a lot of time. So given that, we'll be looking at rebuilding trust in local skills addressing the shortfall of competent technicians and operators in Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And of course, we have resource personnel panels who share their wealth of experience in this. On behalf of my colleague, one more time, we want to thank you for your time, and we please crave your indulgence that we please ask that you come back to seat for us to begin the second session. I thank you for your attention. A very big welcome back to our very eminent guests, distinguished participants. Before we go into the paper presentation to be taken by Dr. Otumba Francis Meshoye, we will be taking this presentation by a very prominent philanthropist, a woman with an outstanding third degree, a pharmacist by calling, but committed to service delivery in honor of humanity today. Distinguished eminent guests, it is our honor to will be requesting the pleasure of the founder and the Chief Executive Officer of Emzo Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Company to present a certification of honor to Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To this end, please join me to very respectfully welcome Mrs. Stella Chinyelu Okoli. With all due respect to you, ma, we thank you very gratefully with a heart of gratitude for what you so represent in service to humanity. Whether you like it or not, you are a referencing, and your name is a household name globally. For all you do at all times, your commitment to give humanity a face, to give humanity a support, to give humanity a presence of relevance in the calculation, the equation, the permutation and arrangement of how we should interface and communicate with one another at all times to make life better for the collective good of all. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together to appreciate this woman of honor, this woman of integrity. If your hand is not too busy, she deserves a very resounding applause for her drive in service to humanity. If what Honorable Adamson Ayinde Oluwatosin did say is right, then this is a clarion call to all major players across the industrial ecosystem, from manufacturing to technology, from energy to agribusiness, to rise to the pivotal pedestal of national development. And this is a woman who also represents this at this time. She's a member of the Order of the Niger. She's equally MON. She's equally an officer of the Order of the Niger. It's an award of recognition of humanity and service to the fatherland. We sincerely appreciate you, ma, and we will continue to do so. Okay, I'll bring the mic down too. May I request the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Trade, the HMS, and of course the SSA to please stand by Madam at this time, with all due respect to you, ma'am. Oh, my SSG Lagos State is still there. We thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. I thank God for this moment. I thank God that we are here to give honor to who honor is due. Honor goes to God, our Almighty. But here, we are in Asarak, and we bring this to say big thank you to Ashiwaju. We know that the work is a lot, but by having this seminar today, many things will be corrected. It wasn't easy taking over from someone else, so we are happy that he has wonderful people that are working with him, and we, the minister, permanent secretary, you know, this is from Emzo Pharmaceutical Industries Company, manufactured in Nigeria. It's not beaten by any other drugs made anywhere in the world, because we can do it. We must do it. Our children must learn it, and they will do, and do better than us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you.
Let me thank Emzo on behalf of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief, the Asiwaju of the universe. I mean, as industry and as a country, we're very proud of the incredible work and the incredible contribution that Emzo continues to make to Nigeria's industrial and manufacturing capability. So I received this very highly privileged on behalf of the President, and to say thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you so very much. Woman and men, just hold on. Which kind of woman did that?
Don't get me to go through all that.
Okay. Distinguished eminent guest, we say a very big thank you to Mrs. Stella Chinyelu Okoli, the founder and the chief executive officer of Emzo Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Company. It is to note at this time, for our information on the role stakeholders and key players in this sector are already playing, I am to announce that the Bank of Industry, as we speak, has announced free e-commerce solutions to 20 youth entrepreneurs that attended the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 6 months. And as part of the bank's commitment to the development of youth entrepreneurs, the Bank of Industry is also pleased to announce 20 free e-commerce subscriptions for 6 months to youth entrepreneurs, 15 and 5 professional subscriptions, and the e-commerce solution will be provided by Bumper. And Bumper, we are told, is an e-commerce solution that helps entrepreneurs with business website inventory management, of customers engagement, multiple payment options, businesses, analytics, to mention a few. And we are to also state here that courtesy of Bank of Industry, the full names and contact details of the students and their email addresses have been registered with youth-owned businesses present at this summit. Youth-owned is a maximum age of 35 years. The information, of course, has to do with what they are committed to as partners in this collaboration. And this is coming from the MD CEO, Dr. Olashupo Olusi. We want to please put our hands together for Bank of Industry. I am to also note, to bring to your notice, that the Industrial Training Fund has given scholarship to 100 youths that also attended this program under the program of SUPER, Skills Up Artisans Training. And this again is another courtesy of part of the partnership that is working the talk as we speak. The DGNADDC has equally given scholarship to 20 people who attended this program on CNG automobile training. Aside that, under the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, they are going to give a cash donation of 1 million naira to 20 people on the gala night as a starter pack-up for entrepreneurs that has gone through training in various training in the course of in different ministries. And it is my honor to speak that Senator John Owen Eno, the HMS for Industry, Ministry, and Trade and Investment, will be part of this honor alongside the PS that will donate this 1 million naira cash to the recipients. So as we can see, we are not just talking the talk, we are indeed walking the talk. May I, at this point, welcome my colleague and sister, Mujibade, with all due respect, to please take the second part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Craig, and welcome back from lunch, Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests. We have our first technical presentation today, and that subject matter is on bridging the skilled labor gap in Nigeria's manufacturing sector, strategic pathways for developing a globally competitive workforce. The paper will examine the root causes of the artisan and technical manpower shortage in the manufacturing sector. It would also explore why foreign artisans are often preferred over local ones and propose strategic solutions to upskill and professionalize Nigeria's manufacturing workforce. I think this is a very interesting conversation because I know that some people had something to say during the first panel conversation that was moderated by Barrister Bimbola Saluhundeyin. So now we will delve deeper into that conversation. To do the honors of making this presentation and delivering this technical paper, please join me as I make welcome on stage the President, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Otumba Francis Meshiui. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Otumba, for joining this conversation. Over to you, sir.
His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ashwaju Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Chatima, GCON. The Honorable Minister of Industries, she was around, she led Trade and Investment, Dr. Olajumoke Oduwole MFR, and she was around in the morning. The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, the Ministry of the Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Owen. The Permanent Secretary to the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Abarimi. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, Honorable Adamson Ainde. Congratulations. Secretary to the Lagos State Government, all other heads of government agencies, Our UF fathers, they were around a while ago. Maybe they step out for a purpose. Perhaps they will come back. I acknowledge their presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industry, you are welcome to this technical session, which I have the privilege to really talk about. Once again, I consider it a very high honor to be the guest speaker at this important event. It is not new to many of us that the manufacturing sector faces several others, including the challenges of inefficient energy pricing, weak infrastructure, connection within the industrial corridors and from factories to the market, high regulatory burden, rising cost of input, low patronage of made in Nigeria, especially by the government, among others, as about to be really purchased during the last session. But let me give our appreciation to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and in particular to the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, who has really been working so much hard, very assiduous, in revolutionizing the industry and bringing them alive. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Owen. Thank you so much. I think you should give me a round of applause. It's actually called Minister Talk and Do. That's what they call him. They have actually reawakened the hope of entrepreneurs and industrialists in Nigeria that we, by working hard, our hope of greater industrialized Nigeria is not lost, and really we can achieve it. We thank you for the work group we have created, and we thank you for all the initiatives that you have really brought to forth. You can be rest assured once again that Manufacturer Association of Nigeria will do all they can to support this laudable initiative. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you want to give another applause? Clap, one clap. When you appreciate a good deed done by someone, you actually igniting and sparking a person to do more. Thank you. However, my emphasis today will be on the special issue of labor. I believe that we are all here today because we share a common vision. That vision is to build a Nigeria that does not just consume what the world makes, but one that designs, manufactures, and exports with pride, quality, and competitiveness. Unfortunately, there's a critical missing link in this vision: a shortage of skilled labor, the artisans, the technical manpower in our manufacturing sector. Therefore, I'll be speaking on the theme, bridging the skilled labor gap in Nigeria's manufacturing sector, strategic pathways for developing a globally competitive workforce. This theme is not merely to raise a concern, but to issue a call to action that goes to the very heart of our industrial future and the sustainability of our national development. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is a country blessed with over 200 million able people, most of them young, eager, and unemployed. In particular, over 60% of Nigeria's population is under 35. Yet, day after day, manufacturers are in search of competent welders, machinists, fabricators, and technicians, and so on and so forth, to fill roles in their factories. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a paradox we cannot ignore. It is highly unthinkable that too often the skill set, professional standards, and work culture we require are simply not available in the numbers or at the quality of the production demands. As labor data show, there is a chronic shortage in skilled technical roles such as machine operation, process control, quality assurance, maintenance engineering, and ICT-enabled manufacturing. In the next turn of my presentation, I will briefly examine the current reality of the skills gap, explore its root causes, highlight lessons from other countries, propose vital policies to bridge this gap. I'll also outline the repercussions of failing to take swift and decisive action to remedy this. Current reality of Nigeria's skill gaps. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the past decades, Nigeria's labor market has grown in size, but it has also revealed persistent structural weaknesses. As of the end of 2023, the total labor force stood at roughly 88.9 million people, with around 84.2 million unemployed. This equates to an official unemployment rate of just 5.4% on the surface. These figures might suggest a healthy employment situation. However, the reality of it is more complex. Underemployment remains stubbornly high at 10.6%, and a striking 92% of those employed work in the informal sector. I'll take that again. 92% of those employed or are said to be employed work in the informal sector. You all know its implications. Looking at the economy by sector reveals that concentration of jobs is in just a few areas, including crop production and livestock. This remains the single largest employer. They absorb about 30.1% of the labor force. This is followed closely by wholesale and retail trade, which accounts for 27.5%. Manufacturing employs roughly 12.7% only. Though broader industrial employment, including manufacturing, construction, extractive, all these aggregate to about 18%. On the other hand, accommodation and food service contribute a further 7.8%. When these figures are compared with international data, Nigeria mirrors many underdeveloped economies where services and agriculture dominate, while industry lacks in job absorption. In the context of the Nigerian economy, this structural imbalance is not due to a shortage of workers or low employment absorption capacity by the manufacturers. No. In fact, the largest Nigerian labor force survey of Q2 2024 shows a participation rate of 79.5% and an employment to contribute a population ratio of 76.1%. But the problem is that the bulk of these workers are concentrated in low productivity, informal activities that involve few skilled talents compared to industries where such skills are highly relevant. With informal employment at about 93%, self-employment at 85.6%, and wage employees at only 14.4%, most Nigerians remain outside the kind of structured, skill-intensive jobs that can deliver the standardized technical capabilities that factories require. Therefore, what you lack is not labor, but industrial-grade certified skills that meet the rigor of global manufacturing standards. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to speak further on this, I see a troubling pattern in Nigerian labor force survey for Q2 2024. Some education categories, notably upper secondary graduates, show higher unemployment than less educated groups. This is a skills mismatch problem in action, meaning you are schooling without job-relevant technical competencies, so nowhere that they can be absorbed. So in other words, it is not the quantity of education that is the problem. Many are educated. It is the relevance of that education to the labor market. The skill mismatch gap in the manufacturing sector today is tragic and is about 67%. As highlighted in the African Development Bank's 2024 report, this is a blunt measure of how far the competence of available workers falls short of the needs of modern industry. That is not all. NBS data shows time-related underemployment at 9.2% and a combined labor underutilization rate of 13%. This is a pool of Nigerians who want more hours, better pay, and more productive roles in the industry, but are locked out by the absence of structured upscaling. The problem is compounded by a worrying trend, talent drifting into lower skill activities, such as mining, thereby draining capacity from manufacturing and weakening productivity in the very sector that should be driving our national growth. When our factories cannot find the right skills at the right standard, production slows, quality suffers, and costs rise, and guess what? Contribution to payable taxes to the government becomes low too, comparatively, as when we are doing very much well in production. So this is a double jeopardy, and which is what you should avoid in all respect, in all ramifications. So ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm to you that more than 70% of manufacturers are having difficulty finding workers with the right technical skills, especially in areas like mechatronics, precision engineering, and industrial automation. Under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, that is not just a challenge, it is a competitive disadvantage you cannot afford. If you deliberately prioritize tailored technical training, mentorship, and safe apprenticeship opportunities, you can vastly expand the supply of quality labor for Nigeria factories, while also addressing low productivity. This is the truth. Nigeria's problem is not that we lack workers. It's that we have not yet transformed our abundant labor into trained, certified, and globally competitive technical talent. Until we bridge this gap, manufacturers will continue to face pressure to import skills, and our dream of industrialized self-reliance will remain on hold. God forbid, but we have to work at. I'll briefly examine one or two things about the root causes of these gaps, because it is part of the directive I have. The shortage of skilled labor in our manufacturing sector is not accidental. It is the result of a number of deep-seated issues that have persisted for decades. One, inadequate technical and vocational education and training, TVET, system. Industrial technologies are changing every day. Yet, most of our technical institutions operate with old or very old curricula, obsolete equipment, and limited exposure to modern industrial process. There's a fundamental misalignment between what is taught in our schools and what we need on our factory floors. Despite its vital role, it is surprising that man is not represented on Governing Council of Federal Polytechnic. Meanwhile, we should commend the efforts of man that man has made and continues to make, including the sponsorship and development of curriculum for a Federal Polytechnic on cement technology, as well as the strong partnerships with other technical institutions, such as the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRU, to bridge the technical skills gap. I think we should give a man a round of applause. Because if man, an advocacy group, would dare to do this. I wonder if most government agencies and other associations are doing the same thing, then we'll have even moved further than this. Number two, limited industry-academia linkages. Manufacturers and training institutions do not collaborate closely enough. Without industry input, graduates emerge with theoretical knowledge but lack the practical hands-on skills required for machine operation, precision fabrication, simple things like that, or process control, which are simple as that. Most of our graduates can't fit into this role. Number three, poor perception of technical careers. In Nigeria, artisans are often seen as low status, last resort occupations. This social bias discourages young people from pursuing technical pathways, even when such careers offer stability, dignities, and global mobility. 5, weak certifications and standards. The absence of a robust national competency certification framework means that there is no consistent way to verify skills levels. This creates uncertainty for employers and undermines trust in local content. I am reiterating this point. I knew it was discussed, and the Honorable Minister for State of Industry mentioned of the work of NCS to bridge this gap. That it is better to reiterate, emphasize on that in this context of our discussion, so that we really know is an issue that ought to be dealt with. Number 5, the skills gap is not only about technical know-how, it is also about work culture. Employers demand punctuality, discipline, loyalty, integrity, and strict adherence to quality standards. With these qualities, when these qualities are inconsistent, employer naturally turns to artisans who can deliver them, often from abroad, leaving local content underutilized and the gap even wider. Number 6, sectoral labor drift. As noted earlier, the migration of semi-skilled and skilled workers into low-level sectors such as mining and retail erodes manufacturing productivity and deepens the gap in industrial skills. But this, ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary to inform that we are not the first to face this problem. Others have shown that it can be solved with focus and collaboration. For instance, Germany has what is called the dual training system. Germany's manufacturing excellence is built on a system where vocational students split their time between classroom learning and paid apprenticeships in companies. Industry plays a role in curriculum design, ensuring graduates are immediately productive once they are graduated. In South Korea, sector-specific skills councils composed of employers, government agencies, and training providers determine competency standards, run certification systems, and co-fund training courses and centers. This ensures alignment between the skill supply and industry demand. Also, Singapore invests in lifelong learning through a national platform that funds training for workers at all career stages. Workers can upgrade their skills at any time, keeping the labor force adaptive to technological changes in manufacturing. Lastly is what is called industrial parks with integrated training in Ethiopia. Ethiopia has developed industrial parks that house both factories and training facilities, enabling workers to gain hands-on experience with modern equipment before being placed into full-time roles. This is where they are being mentored, incubation is done, and they are ready, big, ready for work. This is good, ladies and gentlemen. This example demonstrates that with the right policies, partnerships, and investment deliberately, a skilled manufacturing workforce can be developed and sustained by Nigeria. Our recommendations as manufacturers will be very few like this. That to beat this gap and rebuild trust in local content, our proposed 6 integrated high-impact actions for the government and relevant stakeholders. Number 1, expand apprenticeships and industry-based training. I sincerely appreciate the current administration for this. The Federal Ministry of Education's TVET initiative will go a long way in reducing skill gaps and scaling up technical and vocational skills if well administered and implemented. But emphasis must be placed on those directly related to boosting productivity in manufacturing. It is encouraging to know that the newly launched initiative has already received an overwhelming response, about over 95,000 applications within just 3 days of its official unveiling. And I can assure you that many more are eager to see key into this. While appealing for the government to deepen the scope of this initiative to intensify these sensitization efforts, I will plea as well that they should ensure that this will have direct impact on industrial landscape, because we are talking about industrial manpower. Training is good. Like someone asked at the other time, can you measure the impact? Industries is where you can measure the impact and see all the training expenses you've made, investment you have made is really bringing in fruitful returns to the sector you meant and at the same time to the economy of Nigeria in particular. Number 2, establish industrial coordination units in tertiary institutions. In every university, polytechnic, and technical college, ICUs jointly managed by academia and industry should coordinate structured industrial placements, ensuring students gain meaningful exposure to relevant manufacturing sectors before graduation. Number 3, modernize and align TVET to Industry 4.0. Upgrade technical and vocational education and training curricula to meet modern manufacturing needs such as mechatronics, industrial automation, CNC machining, and quality assurance. Equip training center with industry-grade tools, peer investment with instructor upskilling, and ensure recurring funding for maintenance and spare parts. Number 4, institutionalized employer-led skills governance. Create statutory sector skills councils composed of manufacturer, regulators, including the NUC, MBT, and COREN, as well as other training providers to co-develop broad competency-based curricula and validate credentials and set national skill standards. Introduce a skills licensing system with a public registry of certified artisans and technicians. I'm hopeful that this will come under the NCS as being discussed, but I do not know whether this maybe to be subsumed or be stepped down from NCS as a council, being presided by the very His Excellency Vice President. Number 5, strengthen labor market intelligence and skill forecasting. This is very important. You should establish a skills and labor market research unit linked to the skills councils. Publish annual statistics on employment trends, vacancy rates, and skills gaps to guide targeted training investments. Track measurable outcomes such as graduate placement rates and employer satisfaction to drive continuous policy improvement. And lastly, number 6, rebrand and incentivize technical careers. Run a nationwide campaign to elevate the image of artisanship as a respected and lucrative profession. Offer awards for outstanding artisans, tax incentives for firms hosting apprentices, and targeted scholarships for young men in manufacturing. If the skill gaps are not addressed with scale and speed, 3 interlinked outcomes are likely if we don't do this. One likely outcome is lower productivity and competitiveness. If you don't do this, firms will continue to bear high onboarding and in-service training costs, reducing returns to capital and lowering unit productivity relative to international peers, with a negative impact on employment and our competitiveness in the global market. Of course, the World Bank and other multilaterals have identified skills as a binding constraint to productivity growth in Nigeria. Number 2 possible outcomes: weak quality and export readiness. Without technicians versed in process control, quality assurance, and digital production, manufacturers will continue to struggle to meet the technical and sanitary standards demanded by regional and global value chains. A critical weakness, of course, as after and other trade opportunities require sustained quality improvements. Recent trade analysis show the after's promise, but stress that firms must upgrade to capture its gains. And lastly, lost demographic dividend and jobless growth. A large cohort of young Nigerians risk being absorbed into low productivity informal activities unless viable pathways apprenticeships is given, like RPL and modular TVET, are scaled rapidly and make it ready for them so they can really follow a new trajectory to have a better future for them. International Labour Organization and Nigeria Labour Force Survey data underline that rising working age populations without aligned skills can produce unemployment and social rate more or worse than what we currently prevailing. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would say Nigeria has the human capital. What we need is urgency, coordination, and collaboration, like being said by Honorable Minister, and investment to unlock it. You must move from talking about the skill gap to deliberately make an effort and close it. By closing the gap, we not only meet our manufacturing needs, but also develop surplus talent that can compete and succeed Africa and the world, while we continue to strengthen our industry at home. I thank you very much for listening, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Otumba Francis Meshioye, the President, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you for doing justice to that subject matter on bridging the skilled labor gap in Nigeria's manufacturing sector. Indeed, it's time to collaborate and it's time to seek investment so that we can implement. And I think it has been said over and again today that the time to act is now. So that conversation could not have come at a better time, where we talk about bridging the bridge between potential and productivity. And I also say that it is no coincidence that today is International Youth Day, because if we look at the statistics from Tech Cabal from a research conducted in 2024, nearly 70% of Nigerians are under 30. So we can't ignore that population when we're talking about our industrial manpower. We have some persons here from United Nations Youth Association, the Nigeria chapter, and they have a quick presentation before we take the panel conversation. So very quickly, can we have the young men who will be representing United Nations Youth Association? Please celebrate the youth, please. The future of today, not tomorrow anymore, today. Just very quickly, we give you about 2 minutes, and then we introduce the panel conversation. Our speakers have been waiting, and they are excited to get on the conversation. As they make their way forward, I'd like to quickly recognize the Director General Sweden, who is ably represented today by Professor Yinka Fischer, the Deputy Director, Partnership and Coordination Department. I'd also like to recognize the General Manager from Eleganza Industrial City Limited, Mr. Kola Amzat, FCA, FCIB, ACS, and Mr. Nathaniel Samuel, GHRM Eleganza Industries Limited. You have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, the Special Advisor to the President, please accept our profound and sincere gratitude for the audience to celebrate the UN Youth Day. International Youth Day, also known as United Nations Youth Day, is commemorated annually on 12 August to raise awareness of the challenges and opportunities facing young people around the world. It serves as a platform to promote youth engagement and celebrate their contributions to society, development, and peace. The theme for 2025 International Youth Day is Local Youth Actions for the Sustainable Development Goals and Beyond, which places a strong emphasis on the transformative role of young people in the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals, translating the global SDGs into local realities. This theme recognizes that young people are not merely beneficiaries of development, but are active agents of change, innovation, and leadership. It acknowledges the need for young inclusion in local governance processes, as their creativity, energy, and community knowledge are essential for addressing the complex and interconnected challenges of our time. Over the past decade, global institutions have increasingly acknowledged that the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 depends on how effectively they are localized, translated into concrete actions at the community level. Recent reports by UN Habitat and the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, DESA, revealed that at least 65% of the Sustainable Development Goals targets relate directly to the mandate of local and regional governments. On this International Youth Day, the United Nations Youth Association Nigeria strongly calls on the government of Nigeria to empower her youths as partners in sustainable development goals, localization processes, as they are often deeply embedded in their communities and possesses unique insight into local development needs. Happy International Youth Day, Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy International Youth Day. Please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you for your call to action today for the government and to the government, because indeed, if nearly 70% of our population we have at 70%, then we cannot neglect 70% of us. So thank you so much for that call to action and for reminding us the importance of focusing on the youth population. We have different groups of persons here today. I would like to very quickly recognize them, but I would run through the list very quickly and we will do a collective applause at the end. Nasima Man, NASI, CIPN, UNIDO, NSITF, SEDDAM, BOI, Eleganza, BOA, World Economic Forum, GB Foods, IVM, TUC, ITF, REA, ValueJet, NSITF, Africa Development Bank, International Labour Organization, Brussels International, OANDO, FIRS, Federal Ministry of Labour, Federal Ministry of Youth and Development, RTEN, NURTW, Nigeria Union of Allied Health Professionals. Thank you, and let's do the collective round of applause now, some of whom are our sponsors. We thank you all so much for being represented here and for joining this cause today and over the next 2 days. It's now time for the second and the final panel conversation today, and safe to say that we saved the best for the last. So this panel conversation is to focus on rebuilding trust in local skills. I like how the conversations are progressing, because we just heard from Otumba Meshioye, and now we must talk about why and how we can actively rebuild trust in local skills. They'll also be speaking to addressing the shortfall of competent technicians and operators in Nigeria's manufacturing sector. To do the honors of moderating this panel conversation, I'm delighted to bring up on stage an eminent Nigerian who is the Chief Executive Officer of ASQ Group, headquartered in Stratford, United Kingdom. He's a global leader in vocational training and workforce development. He needs no further introduction, and he's the right fit for this panel conversation. Please make welcome our moderator, Mr. Samson Adeosun. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. For our moderator, that is a bit low. A round of applause for Mr. Samson Adeosun. Thank you very much.
And for the panelists, representing Mr. Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Adura Gbemi Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, is not less a person, but to the glory of God, the Secretary to the State Government, our own very their own, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundeyin. Yes, Jima.
Thank you. Her second heart today, she's come up before as a moderator in her own capacity as SSG. Now she's representing Mr. Governor. Such an honor to have you again on stage. Now I'm delighted to bring up our next panelist, because not just is she a national treasure, she's an international treasure.
She's become a global citizen.
She's been sat in this room for the past hours. She was one of the first people to arrive here. She's been a part of this conversation just by listening and lending her ears.
That's who she
and
is.
Now she's going to lend her voice to the next conversation. Please bring up on stage global treasure, Dr. Mrs. Ogulesi, Managing Director, CEO of Rough and Tumble. A round of applause for her, please.
It's good
Dr.
to see you,
Mrs.
Madam.
Adenike Ogulesi.
Well done for the great job of service delivery you're doing to mankind. All right, next for us to call on is Chief Dr. Innocent Ifediasu Chukuma, Commander of the Order of the Niger, MDCO Innocent Group. Sir, if you're in the house, with all due respect, we so recognize that you take your place of honor on stage. Any representative, please, in his honor. Next.
All right, next we are truly honored to have Chief Razak Okoya, who is represented by Shubomi Okoya. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage to join this panel conversation.
Well, we're not leaving out the Director, Nigerian Field Office, UNIDO, Dr. Bamidele. With due respect to you, wherever you are seated, we appreciate your noble presence. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And now we are also delighted to invite on stage the founder of Emzo Pharmaceuticals Limited. Again, Dr. Stella Chinyelu Okoli, M-O-N-O-O-N. Please give her a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If you have ever taken Panadol, paracetamol, this is time to say thank you. So give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. I have taken paracetamol, so I know that I must honor her and celebrate her. Thank you so much.
And while she's coming on stage, we'll also want to call on the President of the Trade Union Congress, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Comrade Festus Osifo. If you are in the house, sir. Or his representative, please. Either the Deputy President, TUC President, please. Any representative, please. All right, then. Okay. Engineer Jani Ibrahim, President Nasima, are you in the house, sir? Thank you
Yes,
so very
please.
much. It's a great honor. A great honor. You're most welcome, sir.
All right, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, President Nasima, is joining the conversation. We're looking forward to a robust conversation. Like we did say to you, we saved the best for the last. We need to move this seat.
Okay. There's no space. Okay, don't worry.
We'll move it. We'll move it.
How many? Don't worry. Let me. No, don't worry. I'll do that for you. No, don't worry.
All right, we have powerhouses on this panel, and I'm excited and waiting for the conversation. The first conversation we had was absolutely thought-provoking, it was engaging, it was relatable, and now we are preparing for the second one. And of course, when you look at the caliber of persons on this conversation, you can tell that it's about to be a power-packed panel. Chief Razak Okoya would have loved to be here. However, he has sent capable hands to represent him on this panel conversation. So we're excited and looking forward to listening to Shubumi Okoya, who will be representing Chief Razak Okoya on this panel conversation. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, we'd like to thank you for being a part of this conversation. Thank you for being here on day one. Of course, you know that we continue tomorrow. We have day two, and we wrap up on Thursday, which is day 3 of this summit. When you're coming tomorrow, please remember to come with your ID cards, your badges that has your QR code. If you have any difficulties with registration, you can speak to any of our officers by the registration desk. But we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. But first, let's hear from these powerhouses as I now hand over to our able and capable moderator, Mr. Samson Adeosun. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. His Excellency, Commander-in-Chief of Nigerian Armed Forces, our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade, Senator John Eno, the Permanent Secretary, Industry, Trade, Mr. Rimi, Nura Rimi, the Director General of ITF, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. It's my great honor to welcome you to this important panel discussion on rebuilding trust in local skills, addressing the shortfall of competent technicians and operators in Nigeria's manufacturing sector. So today, we have gathered leaders from government, manufacturing, labor, and international development to explore the pressing challenges of our skills gap. We will examine the root causes, assess the quality and relevance of technical training, and most importantly, propose actionable strategies to restore confidence in a homegrown technical talent. This is not just a conversation, it's a working session aimed at practical solutions. And we will try as hard as possible to keep it professional and as quick as we can. So, how we believe we should proceed. We'll begin with the brief opening thoughts from each panelist, say about 30 seconds each, 1 minute max. And then we'll move on to the guided discussions, which will be in 3 parts: the problem, the training readiness, and the solution. And then towards the end, we'll open the floor for audience question. And to keep us on schedule, I may need to guide the flow of how things go. So thank you very much for accommodating that. Yes. So, I think I will pass on to the first panelist for her to have our opening session. Oh, you can start from yeah, you can start from there, sir. Just a quick 30 minutes talk about the whole session. Mike.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Let me at the outset tender the unreserved apologies of the National President of NASIMA, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, who believes in collaborative partnerships for national development. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this afternoon, and he has directed I should represent him. By way of introduction, my name is Suleiman Adebayo, a retired Director of Trade in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and also retired Director of Commodity and Export Department in the same Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. I will not be speaking from government side, but at least with the knowledge of governments and now the private sector, I think I can have a mix in terms of the expectations, in terms of challenges and the rest. I can also bring the international dimension to this, namely the World Trade Organization and, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. By way of just a quick recap, I also benefited from what the eminent, distinguished President of MAN said, and I took note of his 6 recommendations, which I fully endorsed. We align with the 6 recommendations of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And to that extent, I can confirm to you, NASIMA and MAN, they are together in terms of the organized private sector. And suffice to say that the president of NASIMA is also the chairman of the organized private sector. So there's a common voice, there's a common vision, and there's a common mission, and there's shared collective value and aspiration. I think the last ones to also say, I'll emphasize or underscore, from the same eminent president of MAN, is what he said. He said there is need for urgency, and there is need for collaboration. There is a need for coordination. There is a need for partnership. Government can't do it alone, so we require handshake between the government and the private sector, and they must speak with one voice. I think the other 2 quick points to mention is alignment. We have different policies, regulations, and we have different MDAs that are mandated to deal with specific issues sectorally. And they are right to deliver on the basis of their sectoral mandates. However, there must be alignment. It's one government, one voice, one administration. So there must be alignment. I think the final one is the inclusivity. The stakeholder, we must clearly identify who the stakeholders are, and we must listen to them, and the voice must count. I think the last one to say is this: we must walk the talk. We must do what? Walk the talk. So at the end of the day, it is interesting that there's going to be a roadmap. Roadmap for what? Roadmaps highlighting the strategies. Roadmap with matrix of who is responsible for what. Roadmap in terms of evaluations and monitoring, so that at the end of the summit, and when we come back for another summit, we'll be able to take stock and say that these are the quick wins, these are the deliverables. I think on this note, let me just pause and to appreciate the opportunity to be part of this wonderful panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And then you can just pass the phone to Dr. For 30 minutes, yes, please.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone. We value our dear President, Asiwaju Mohammed Tinubu, who was represented today by Vice President, and we have the Honorable Minister, Senator John Owaeno, Honorable Minister of State for Industry. We have Minister of Trade and Investment, and we have Honorable Adanson, who convened this massive event. We have Ambassador Nura Abba, who is a PAMSEC for industry, trade and investment. In fact, it's difficult to name who and who is here because a lot. Our president of mine is there. I'm overjoyed because for many years we never had this forum. About between 15 and 20 years ago, we manufacturers were coming to Abuja Saturdays. Initially, when we were told, we didn't like it. We didn't like it. So the first time we went, we loved it because it was President Obasanjo that was inviting us, and that was when the likes of Dangote and he held them to achieve what they achieved today. Nigeria is a very, very interesting place because he will say to us, who wants to be in KB or whatever? You mention a factory. You put up your hand. I think someone must have told them that women should not do something. I don't know. I put my hand up. He will go to someone else. And, but I think it's, understanding and all that. But I believe that made, people to really try the best in what they are doing. We are looking today, rebuilding trust in local skills, addressing the shortfall of competent technicians and operators in Nigerian manufacturing sector. Nigeria is a blessed nation. Nigeria has wonderful people, always smiling, always willing to work, except if you annoy them. I don't know. They are willing to work. They are willing to. They are willing to learn. When we started EMZO, I think, after the chemist, we started manufacturing in 1944 or 84. We got an expert in the field because, as I said earlier, there was a call from then President Babangida for people to come and take licenses to import machinery and raw materials to start producing. For us, it was jolly thing. So we jollied to Lagos, and we waited and we were given, I think it was 140,000 naira. Naira was stronger than pounds those days. Yeah, was stronger. So we had to get people who knew from the school we went to assist us. It was all fun. It was all a joke. But when they came, they put up something, brought raw material. At the end, you could see something very good coming out. So everybody became, engrossed in what's going on. So manufacturing is good. Manufacturing can pay. Manufacturing can make people better. So that's how we started. And all our people, since then to today, they know that manufacturing is the way to go. And you must manufacture what is good.
Thank you. Thank you.
You must not cut corners. Nobody has time for that. If you want to cut corners, you go somewhere else. But you do the right thing. You must do the right thing. And you must get the right product. Nigeria, the best country in the world. Lovely people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely people. You never come to any country and get people smiling, greeting, and very friendly. But most importantly, our young people, they want to learn. Initially, they may look as if they don't want to learn, but teach them, make them to stay and learn it. You will find out that they will learn.
Thank
they
you.
will learn.
Thank you very much.
So that has helped us because nobody is going to give any excuse. We do no excuse management. Get it done. You are capable of getting it done. So over the years, training, look at the topic again.
Yes.
Yes. Over the years.
1 more minute, ma, if you don't mind.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes.
Sorry, who is saying 1 minute? Are you the one?
I'm the moderator, yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So this is the initial one. Yeah, okay. Nigeria, we are doing much better before in manufacturing of pharmaceuticals and other products. Not as much. Why? Because there's no help from government. There's no help. In fact, was it last year when our president invited some of us to breakfast or something? We came. Oh, I looked around. I haven't been here for 10 years. We haven't. We used to come every year. Anyhow, I think this is beginning of good things to come because we cannot afford to neglect.
Thank you.
We cannot afford to neglect the industry. Our people are the best. Anybody telling you you are not, just ignore them and carry on doing what is right. Because that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to our next panelist. Please, if you can keep it short. It's meant to be 1 minute at the most. Just a little talk about the topic, and then we move on to the questioning. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, once again. Well, this is an ambush, but then I cannot say no to it. We're talking about building Nigeria, not just trust in local skills. I would want us to look at it from this angle. Until now that I heard Mommy say that things were moving on well then and better, I was going to also ask a question. Was there a time we actually had trust in our local skills? I'm not sure whether we actually did, because yes, I wanted to be sure, because when we were growing up, what was the main thing was the white-collared jobs. So I'm not sure that we had trust in our local skills at one time. But now that we want to rebuild, that's what I'm wondering. Is it rebuilding or building? So I'd like to look at it to understand that problem itself. Is it that we're starting to build trusts in our local skills, or we're rebuilding? I need to understand that. I would also look at the area of perception and trust. That how did we even get here to start with? Was there ever a time that we perceived local skills as this important? I'd like to look into that. I would also like to look at education and training in that area. That what kind of vocational and technical education are we offering to ensure that local skills really take their rightful place? I'm happy that the president of MAN is here, because I know that they go into a lot of cottage industries. I would like to know how they are able to, what kind of, I listened to his speech, but not all through, sincerely. I want to know how they've been able to cope despite this gap in competent skills locally. I'd like to know. I also like to see how much the private sector is collaborating with the government. I can talk about Lagos State on that or on any other topic, but that. I also want to see even our federal government policy, how it supports these our skills and vocational institutions. Then maybe we can go on to the innovation and the future outlook. What I'd like to see, my take home from today, the kind of outcome I'm looking forward to, is where we'll all be convinced that no nation can grow without local skills. This is the truth. No matter what we have, the PhDs and all that, without local skills, I do not see a nation of over 200 million growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. And over to you, Mr. Okoya.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm extremely honored to sit here today on the stage representing my father, Chief Alhaji Razak Akoni Okoya. It's truly an honor. I sit here today and I represent Eleganza Group of Companies. I am a director. Eleganza is an indigenous manufacturing conglomerate. We've been active for 60 years, we have a massive footprint, and we vary in many different industries. I sit here today to give the perspective of an acting conglomerate on the lack of actual skilled labor in this country. We see this every day. People don't have the basic skills. A lot of the time, we interview people, there's clearly a lack of infrastructure and adequate training. I have to give respect and honor to the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, because truly he covered every section and in detail. It was truly detailed. And if you ask me, completely what I believe actionable points that we should look into. I wouldn't speak further. I believe when the panel comes back around, I'll say some more. Apologies, it's my first time in such a big environment.
Thank you very much. You did amazingly well. Yes. If you can pass the mic over to our next panelist, please, if we can keep it short, it will be really appreciated.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. My name is Ruben Bamidele. I work for UNIDO. UNIDO, as you may know, is the specialized agency of the United Nations that promotes and accelerates inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states and economies in transition. We are working with the Nigerian government, and I'd like to underscore very quickly something novel that I've seen, particularly since late last year, and that has to do with the cordial working relationship between the federal government and the private sector. I've seen that close tie and partnership that exists between the Honorable Minister of State for Industry and the organized private sector. I have been in this sector for quite some time now, and I cannot remember when last I saw this happen. So the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment is doing a lot, and gathering this crop of participants in this all today speaks to the leadership that the Honorable Minister is providing for this sector in Nigeria. There are many conferences, many seminars and workshops that are held here and there, and to assemble here today and tomorrow on the Industrial Manpower Summit, I know that a number of things will be repeated, but as is often said, repetition is meant for emphasis. The important thing about this conference to my mind is the fact that Manpower, Nigeria having a youthful population, is not meant to suffer what it is going through in terms of the demand-supply skills gap that exists. So like in every other sector of the economy, why do we have so much potential that we cannot convert to reality to our own advantage? So gathering here today and tomorrow, I see it as an opportunity to address this issue and make the country chart a way forward in addressing the gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last panelist.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, madam.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Please permit me to stand on all the existing protocols so I don't make a mistake. I would like to begin first to say I'm greatly honored to be here, and I'm very happy to be a part of this process where we're trying to find solutions to engaging and releasing the potential that exists within the incredible, amazing youth that Nigeria has. Now, Madam, you said that one of your questions was that has there ever been any trust in the Nigerian employer? I grew up in a Nigeria where there were trade centers. So if you went to an electrician, he knew what he was doing. If you went to a plumber, he knew what he was doing. Those trade centers were littered all over Nigeria. I grew up in a Nigeria where there were teacher training colleges, where people did not become teachers unless they went through the correct certifications, the same thing as the trade centers. Yeah? Now, the polytechnics of Nigeria in those days were among the best all over the world. If you went to the Polytechnic of Ibadan, you had a university degree more or less. They were sought for and sought for all over Africa. The teaching hospital of Ibadan, what is it called again? UCH. People came from Egypt to have operations. People came from Lebanon. They came from all over Africa, South Africa, to be operated on in UCH in Ibadan. I know this for a fact because my father was a medical doctor. So that's the Nigeria I grew up in. Now we have a trust issue. The trust is broken, and that is very clear. But I believe what we're trying to do here today, or part of what we're beginning today, is to rebuild that trust so that we can engage the youth and make them feel purposeful and useful to their country. They don't feel useful because there is a gap. I employ 300 Nigerians in my entire organization. People want to learn. They want to better themselves, but sometimes they just don't know how. They don't know where to get the knowledge from. They don't know what to do. So how do we begin this journey? Because it is a moral obligation for every single Nigerian that Nigeria becomes industrialized. There is no other way to move forward rather than to capitalize on this potential that we're all sitting on. And the time is now, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process, and I thank you, Honorable Minister of Industry for State, Senator. Eno, and SSA Adamson. I thank you for inviting me to be here. I also thank you, the president of MAN, because your paper is exactly where we should be. We should break everything down and just begin to find how we can align the required skills with very specific industries. If we begin at least with very specific industries, I think we will build momentum in no time at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. So we are moving on to the set of questions. So like I said, there will be 3 parts. We're going to be looking at the problems for starters. So I'm one of those privileged people, like I say, I'm privileged to be able to train people abroad. And by God's grace, according to the short prayer that I prayed to God, God helped me to help people. And it created an avenue for me to be able to put food on people's table. My organization trained almost 100,000 people in England alone. Lots of Nigerians are part of this set of people. We also were able to train people in Qatar. And what I notice about all this is, and I'm coming to this where this problem is when Nigerians go out, we become the best of the best. When we go out, we thrive so much is unreal. And what I've noticed also is that what is missing, we are all educated in our country, but we miss certain information and smart tool to make things work for us. I don't believe the Ghanaians are better than us in Thailand. I just believe that we have not woken up to it. And when Nigeria is a sleeping giant in vocational training, when we wake up, we are going to beat everybody else as far as I'm concerned. So, looking at the first question here, understanding what the problem is. And this is directed to you, madam, and to the governor of Lagos State. You're representing him. So, from your perspective, what is the biggest factor driving the shortage of competent technicians and machine operators in Nigeria today? Please, if you can explain for a few minutes, I really appreciate.
Thank you very much. I think that takes me back to where I started from. Thank you, my sister, for the passionate way you spoke. But I think my sister looked at the higher skills rather than the lower skills that are actually plaguing our economy now. If you looked at it, even at that time you were talking about, people that the society appreciated, you mentioned the hospital, you mentioned people, polytechnics, these are people who had to have at least 5 credits before they got in. See, what we're talking about, what I think this seminar is about is the low skill acquisition, where we can get as many youths in as possible. I do know what you're talking about, but now that you've asked this question, where did we get it wrong? I recall the man that came from the Ministry of Education. He also said it, that we now began to understand why we had this skill problem. Our education was too white-collared. We were not looking at the skills. And now in our schools, they are insisting that if you're in the polytechnic, if you're in the university, you're studying engineering, you must also understand the practical parts. In those days, you would recall, that engineers would have their cars, automobile engineers or mechanical engineers will have their cars. It will break down on the road and they are unable to repair it. They need to go and call a local mechanic. But now things are changing. Local mechanics are being given certificates so that we now recognize them. That's part of the ways we can breach this skill gap. Thank you very much. Thank you. Because what we are saying is, how do we breach this gap? What is the problem? I think the problem was our education did not truly address skill acquisition as it should be. Today, in many high institutions, you have them studying tie and dye. They're doing hairdressing. Skills are being appreciated. We never did. I recall even when I was going into the university to read law, and I had a flair for acting, drama. My mother just couldn't believe I wanted to study theater arts. She was very upset with me. No, you have to be a lawyer. No, you have to be a lawyer. Because at that time, if your child is not a lawyer or a doctor, You're laughing, mommy. That's the truth then. But we've realized, look at the creative industry now. They are the biggest in Nigeria because we are beginning to realize now that skill is important to a nation. That's where I was coming from. I really do understand that we had good professionals in Nigeria, but we didn't have these skilled people who can really help the country to grow. And I said earlier on in the first session, I discovered in China, if you looked at how China has grown, China has placed above certificates. In China, if you are into computer or into any skill, the country supports you more than those who are in for law, medicine, and all that. So I think the problem has been our education. But now, thank God, the man told us that our education focus is changing towards skill, and that's the way to go. That's the only way an economy can grow. We must have adequate skill people who are well experienced to handle a lot of situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Just to add to what madam just said, I would like the UNIDO representative, I would like you to please build more on, tell us more about where you think Nigeria has gone wrong, and you know, where, how do we find ourselves here, where basically we import everything. And let's talk about the problem first, if you can buttress on that, and then we will now move on to the next section. If you can pass it, please. Oh, it's gone.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is not to identify where the country went wrong, but to say, okay, this is the situation on ground at the moment, and how can we advance from here? And UNIDO partner with ITF, I think around 2014, 2015, 2016, on the industrial skills gap assessment in the country. Some of the recommendations made in our report include the fact that, one, there is need for an integrated and comprehensive listing of enterprises in the country. What does this mean? We're talking about national census on commerce and industrial businesses in Nigeria that will give us a good understanding of the number of enterprises in their different categories, micro, small, medium, large, who is employed where, and then another recommendation has to do with the fact that there is a need for like a biennial large-scale employers skills survey. So what was done then, there's need for a repetition of this at intervals to help us see what is lacking and then the direction that we need to be looking at. Number three thing is the need for a macroeconomic model that will help us to estimate what impact whatever has been done has on the economy. But like I said at the first intervention, this type of gathering where the private sector, the public sector come together to brainstorm, to discuss, to plan together is very, very essential. And what can come or dovetail from this is the good handshake going forward that we can have between the academic institutions and the industry. We need to strengthen our research and development. We need to do an integrated manpower planning and development in the country, and we need to work together as one. And that speaks to partnership that has been emphasized every now and then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please. Okay, now looking on to the second round of this, we've talked about a bit of the problem. We're going to look into the training readiness. And this question will go to our gentleman on the other end. Looking at our training and certification system today, do you believe there are adequately prepared workers for demands of modern manufacturing? If not, where is the biggest disconnect between training and the industry, and what are the needs? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me appeal that I will deal with this particular question with a little bit of discretion. And the reason why I'm asking for a little bit of discretion is that we are having a very frank and honest conversation. It's not about who is right or is wrong. It's about first admission that something is wrong, but without excuses and without blame game. And we also need to accept responsibility. As we are highlighting problems, we can also be providing solutions. I think that's the first point of reference. I think the second one, if I also take a cue from the question that was earlier posed in terms of the competence levels of Nigerian technicians and also artisans and how to scale up in terms of mitigating the gaps. I think we also need to address some core elements that is also germane to these questions and the subsequent questions that you earlier posed. Number one, when we are talking of these core elements, we'll pick it, but not in any particular sequence. Knowledge. Knowledge is very important. Knowledge in terms of what? If it is electrical safety codes or mechanical systems or any other thing that require knowledge, not just knowing why, but also knowing what is behind what and what works best. I think that is the issue of knowledge. I also link that to the issue of skills because we keep on referencing skills. Skills is also very important in terms of the practical hands-on abilities that must be efficiently used in terms of tools, technology, and the rest. So how do we apply these skills in terms of curriculum, in terms of other things, in terms of interconnectivities and the rest? And no one can stand in a silos. I think the third one is the attitudes and behaviors. I'm putting all these together because we are not dealing with this particular workforce in relation to Nigeria alone. We're also looking at it across the border. We are looking at opportunities outside the countries. So we're also thinking of how to export the workforce and market access opportunity that is bound on the basis of African Continental Free Trade Agreement and of course the WTO in terms of international standard, labors and all the rest. We are putting all this together to ensure these linkages and the fact that there are connections there and there. Let me just quickly underscore two more points. Where were we before in the 70s, in the 60s, and where are we today? So we need to take stock of what went wrong and how to correct the mistakes of the past. I think that's very fundamental. The second one is we keep on referencing the youthful population of Nigeria and the demographic dividends. But similar to what is being said about EFCFT, that there are gains from EFCFT, but the gains are not automatic. So we also need to address the fundamental in terms of what amazes the youth, what drives the youth in this present dispensation, where you talk of digitalization, where you talk of innovation, where you talk of creativities, where you talk of entertainment industry and the rest. So there should be rewards, there should be incentives, and there must also be motivations. And where there should be sanction, there should be sanction. Where there should be discipline, there should be discipline. And lastly, the issue of trainings and education. What happens to all the technical colleges that we have in the past? What happened to them today? What happens to them to the extent that they are becoming irrelevant in the scheme of things? So we need to readdress that. And we also need to look at vocational schools and the appreciation of vocational school outside the countries. I'll mention 2 or 3 examples. I can mention the situation in Hong Kong, where they have a directorate of certified technicians and artisans. In Nigeria today, do you have a directory of certified artisans and technicians that are internationally recognizable and you cannot go outside the directory. So is that difficult to have a directory? That's number one. Is it also difficult to have certifications? That's number two. Number three is also the reward system. Why is it that in the past people can go to mechanic workshops and the rest, even with HND and BSc? Why that is not the case today? I think we also need reorientations. I think there are lots to be said within these confines of this conversation. But my recommendation would be this, and I will revisit this recommendation by the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. I think the presentation by MAN should be made available. We should interrogate it. It should become another round of roundtable discussions where that would be the beginning of the roadmap that we're talking about. I think the solution is not far away, but my conclusion would be on this. We are talking of the skills gaps in Nigeria, and we are still talking about export of the same skills that is insufficient in Nigeria. So we need to balance that. We need to find a means between one, how to bridge that gaps in terms of the needs of the industry in Nigeria, and also how to also create an opportunity in terms of market access for the youth, for the artisans and technicians. I think that is also very important. I will address the remaining questions when I'm giving the specific questions that I've already prepared my answer in response to Mr. Moderator. And thanks for the opportunity and also the discussion to handle this to the best of my knowledge. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'll have to speed it up. That gentleman there just came to me to say I have 10 minutes. So, and we have to touch everybody. So, I'm coming to you, Dr. Stella Chinyelu Kuli. You've been one of those powerful women in this country who has led in the manufacturing sector. In your pharmaceutical sector, what model of training, standardization, assessment, and certification will improve technician performance and restore confidence in Nigerian technicians?
Thank you very much. We love what we do in AMSO, and we know that the only way is to get it right. Everybody is equal. Doesn't matter where you come from. We don't recognize whether you're a man or a woman. We don't recognize you're a young person, you're an old person. Everybody must work, and you can learn. So we have every weekend training. It's only these days that we're doing online sometimes. But people that have no education are trained, verbally by operating with machinery until they become experts. We have one James, a cleaner. He worked his way to become one of our best engineers. So if you use AMSO, we know that the future is bright. We know that our people are good. We know that everything you do, you must be truthful. You must be truthful and do it well, And technicians, we train them. We bring people to also train, but train on the job, not verbal only. Train on the job. Remove this part, put it back. How did it work? These are the things that, doing. In fact, we have about 200 and something products today in AMSO, and we are targeting 600. We are far below what we should be. And I want to say also that government have a long part to play in checking out how industries are doing, who should, get help, who shouldn't get help. That hasn't happened for, many years now. And I'm sure with this is going to happen. In Emzo, Shagamu factory, we have API. API is active pharmaceutical ingredient. That's the raw material that you use to produce. It's the first in sub-Saharan Africa. But we have not completed it. We are waiting for government. I have a sack behind me to collect money when I'm going. You know, so that's the thing. Government have to check where they support. Some are highly technical, and all over the world, government support. So it's the support that is missing in pharmaceutical and some of the industries. We badly need help. You know, I don't know if I can talk more.
No, you have 30 seconds, man.
30
seconds.
It is very important. I don't know it's good, honorable. You must bring the people that have the money in government to check where they're going to spend the money to make the industries better. People are really, disillusioned by that.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you for making that quick. And this question is directed to Dr. Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. Inability to work with precision is one of the major challenges identified with local skills. What measures should be taken to ensure our local skills compete globally?
Thank you very much. I think it's a question.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes, madam.
Because I'm not in the, I'll speak as fast as I can.
Thank you, madam.
Because I am not in skills sector or skills training per se, I will use my own experience in my industry to explain what we have done. And in the garment manufacturing industry, it is about precision. It is about mathematics. You know, you have to cut, then you tailor it. It has to fit properly. Otherwise, nobody wants to, well, anybody who's discerning will not want to wear it. So, knowing that, it means that the people who are, first of all, drafting the patterns, and the people who are going to cut, and the people who are then going to stitch, have to be trained, very specifically trained, on how to make the calculations for patterns, understand body measurements. It's almost a masterclass in maths, if you ask me, calculating those body measurements to get the cut and the sizing right. These are just 3 people that you need. There's a long list of people that we need in the garment industry. So you have people who will create the tech pack that gives the factory the instructions on what to make. You have the people who are quality assurance officers who stand on a line to ensure that there is no mistake on the line, because if you're producing 10,000, 20,000, 40,000 of a garment, the last thing you want is to discover at the end of it that a mistake has been made. Now, you need people who are inventory managers, because you're now dealing with thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of meters of raw materials. You need people who are electricians. You need people who are machine technicians. You need people who will fix your computerized machines when they break down. Those skills don't exist. So what did we do? What we have done is we have imported those skills at a very high expense to train people to be able to meet global standards. Because what we want to do is take Nigerian fashion outside of Nigeria and sell it, which is already happening.
Yes.
You can't take Nigerian fashion out if it's badly made. It's not good for the brand, made in Nigeria brand. We ask the question, why should, for example, fire retardant wear that is worn by the oil and gas industry, why should it be made in China? Why can it not be made in Nigeria? It can be made in Nigeria. And it must be made in Nigeria, because we must keep the jobs in Nigeria. School uniforms for premium schools in Nigeria should not be coming from Bangladesh. They should be coming from factories that are situated all across Nigeria. We should not only be making senator. We should not only be making up and down. We can make everything that is makeable. and make China out of business, because Nigeria can become the China of Africa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And final panelist, I'll be asking a question. This is directed at you, Mr. Okoya. If you could recommend just one actionable step to rebuild trust in local skills, something that, let's say, can be implemented in the next 12 to 18 months, what would you think this will be? One, or what do you think it will be? One, and who do you think should lead the action? Is it the government, industry, or training institutions?
Great question, because our chairman, Chief Okoya, has this vision. And this vision is for the government to come and to take charge. Every province in China, you will see, they have industrial hubs. They specialize on what each state can actually do. Their competitive advantage, that's what they specialize on. So I plead, I ask the government, please look into each state in Nigeria. Nigerians are talented, we're skilled. Let's capitalize on these individuals. Each state generates its own income, we put it back and we grow the system. That is the way my chairman thinks, and that is the vision he wants to put in Nigeria. Industrial hubs, small scale enterprises. You get you build accommodation for them, you give them machinery, you have to import the capital machinery, but you bring it in because you're going to realize the return on that. That is the idea. At Eleganza, we do the same thing, but at a much larger scale. So we capitalize on the local raw materials, we get the products out there. Key products that will actually we can export. This is the idea. Thank you so much.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you of the panel.
Mr. Moderator.
So, one moment, please.
Time is about now.
Sorry.
We'll still give you just 2 more minutes, please.
Okay, no problem. We're just going to close out this session. If there's one message to leave with here today, which I know since we have, so we won't be taking any questions, is that rebuilding trust in local skill is possible. Nigeria, when we wake up to everything, there was a time in Nigeria that our music wasn't that good. Where are we now? And this could create a ripple effect and things could change for Nigeria. But it requires collaboration, commitment, and courage to invest in our own talent. Please, let's work together on this. It looks like 1 or 2 people are raising their hands. Please, I'm going to have to entertain 1 or 2 questions, and we'll move on from there. Yeah. Just you, please. 2 people, we're going to allow for question. You're coming already? Please as well. There's no way we will not be able to allow people to say something. So your 2 minutes is about 5 already now.
Good evening, everybody. Yes. I'm Kolam Zat, General Manager, Eleganza Industrial City Limited. I'm on FCIB, FCTI. I listened with rapt attentions to the president of MAN presentations, and there's one anomaly there. We tend to depend so much on expatriates, and they are killing our stars. So many jobs that the technicians should take over. Expatriates are the one in charge. We are not encouraging the young men. So, if we are complicit, manufacturers, we are complicit. Let's encourage these boys. Those jobs that the experts are doing.
1 minute, please.
Our men can do it. They can do it better. That's on one side. On the second side, I want to say, more importantly, why I'm here. Oil that we have, that's supposed to be a blessing to Nigerians, is creating challenges for us. Everybody's abandoning manufacturing. And that's the more reason why those gaps, we are not seeing it. We have got oil. Everybody is depending on oil. And real sectors is in turmoil. It's challenged. What's the contribution of real sector in this country to our GDP? Insignificant, even infinitesimal. We need to address this. It's not only the government alone.
Thank you very much.
It's something we have to address.
Thank you very much.
Oil sector is a blessing, but we must collaborate with other sectors to drive Nigerians to drive this great country of ours and to make things happen. Until we do that, we will continue to come here and we will give a role on the same topic every year. May that not be our portions.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Esther Adebayo. Nigerians youth, they are wonderful, and we are shining in the world. What I want to appeal is to our politicians. They must put it in mind that they are growing the youth, which they are calling the leaders of tomorrow. We have every opportunity to grow more than where we are now. The trade centers brought out engineer and Mrs. Ponde in Oshogbo. They invested so many things. In 1982, the government of America gave Nigeria internship and joint venture, which they use our oil money. I'm a beneficiary of that program. It's for vocational training. They train us in all areas. Vocational training, you are supposed to go to work, not working for government, working in industries, but that program, no data keeping, no continuity. Most of the people that went for that training, they didn't come back. They are American citizens now. Only few of us came back, and nobody asked questions. Then our
1 more minute, ma'am.
yes, we have program, junior engineer technicians, which there was a boy in Akure, this Loyola, this school in Akure, that invented small machine that they can use for photocopying. Nobody developed him. Nobody asked or developed that stage to the stage that they can even use it in bigger industries. We should work on the continuity of our youth, the continuity of programs that we embark on in this country. Then we must have leaders that want to build the country, not to eat the country.
Thank you. We can only allow one more person. That's it. Oh, that's it.
Mr. Moderator, I'm afraid we cannot take another guest.
Okay, that's fine.
Please let us end it on this note, please. With all due respect, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, it's an honor sitting on the panel. Thank you so much, the panelists. We really appreciate you. I believe we can all go back.
We can have a photo session now, please.
Yes, please.
A photo session. The SSA, the HMS, the Permanent Secretary, sir, with due respect, you can please join for the photo session, and let's call it a day to the glory of God and service to mankind. So tomorrow, God willing, we'll look forward to being together again. Time is 9 a.m. and the doors open at 8. Please, your badge and ID card. We want to thank you for this time out together today. Tomorrow, by His grace, we will meet again. 8 a.m. Do have a very pleasant evening. Enjoy the rest of the day. See you, by His grace, tomorrow. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, my sister. Some light music, please. Hello. Please, to announce that the timing has changed. The timing is 10 a.m. tomorrow, please. As directed by the HMS. Thank you, everyone. Do have a lovely evening.